Donc,
Oui, voilà, c'est normal. On est en live.
Ouais, j'ai compris.
Là, t'as lancé le live. Non, 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 j'ai qu'une seule arrivée. En fait, tout est en une arrivée. Les deux envois sont là, on récupère juste le master de ça. Donc, ouais, là, on t'est.
To show things on my laptop as
ah,
well.
I can. I don't see you for the moment.
It still works for my 2026. Yeah. You talk about the history sounds hard. No, 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 no. On the password. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I should. Well,
Hop. Oup.
hello.
Je vais passer.
En vrai, j'ai jamais vu personne utiliser la non plus. Je m'embête pas avec ça. Au pire, on m'appelle sur mon téléphone. De toute façon, je suis pas sûr que le Toki tape ici. Parce que tout à l'heure, enfin, l'autre jour, la salle d'à côté, ils ont appelé le Toki. Ça marche pas. Il n'y a que moi qui entends. J'ai eu l'impression qu'il y avait que moi qui entendais parce que personne n'a répondu à part moi.
Ok.
Je t'embête pas avec le Toki. Toi, tout va bien, Simon?
Ouais, ça a l'air de rouler là. Ça a l'air de rouler.
Ça marche.
Tu utilises pas le.
Non, si tu veux, tu peux le récupérer. J'avais pris hier pour le rec au cas où, si j'avais besoin, mais j'en ai pas.
Ok. T'es bien en termes de carte SD, tout ce qu'il
Pour
faut.
l'instant, les deux cartes, c'est peut-être les piles des micros.
Ok.
À un moment donné, il va falloir. Là, parce qu'en fait, il m'en reste 3. Déjà, on n'en manque plus.
Ok.
Et puis là, je suis encore sur les piles d'hier.
Sinon,
Mais peut-être si tu chopes 2 piles à un moment. Pour aujourd'hui, ça devrait aller, mais peut-être pour demain. Comme ça, je t'embête pas demain.
je te fais ça maintenant.
Yeah, I think let's start. It's a small group. Right, so maybe to introduce myself, I'm Robert, Robert Sky. I come from Singapore. So for SciTalk specifically, what I've been doing is to create translators for the websites that I frequently use. So I thought that it's best to share now because for the last 4 years we haven't been talking about citation generation at Wikimanias. So why not now, right? So to prepare, right, if you're not familiar with what we're going to go through, is basically on Zotero itself. So if you have not installed Zotero on your laptop, you can go to the website zotero.org to install the tool, and also Git as well, because you will need to clone the repository from GitHub, which is Zotero/translators, and a bit of prior knowledge in form of JavaScript, XPath, CSS, and HTML, because that's how we are going to determine certain metadata that we want to get from the web page. Right, so let me know if you are good. Yeah. Okay. Right. So, sorry, it's a bit cut off, but the learning outcomes are basically to understand what Zotero Translator is, the anatomy of a translator, to use the Zotero software, the translator scaffold, and then detecting the web page types, metadata, extract the data as well, and lastly is to debug the translators using the logs and the translator tool in Zotero software, right? So we do not interact with Zotero directly on Wikimedia projects. It's all through the visual editor's citation tool. It's basically powering what SciTalk is doing. You input the URL and it should output the citations automatically, right? But basically what it goes through is that it goes through the SciTalk service in the back end. It runs through Zotero translators, where it will ping the website, comes back with the information and formats it for you on Wikimedia, on Wikimedia itself. So, but in this entire process, what can go wrong is that Zotero does not work properly, in form of that the translators do not pick up the correct formatting on the website. Zotero does have a generic translator, so most of the time it should work, but sometimes websites can be so customized that the generic translator do not work. Right. The second one is that the SciTalk services is getting blocked by the websites. This is evident in like a lot of the major websites that we see now, like New York Times, where they block, where they do block us from pulling the citations automatically. The last one is that the citation templates or the mapping is not set up. This is more for the small wikis itself, right? So I will just go briefly on the small wikis. If the small wikis have not set up the citation, have not set up SciTalk properly on their on the small wikis, the suggestion is to import the citation templates from, say, English Wikipedia. There's a whole list of them, but basically just import 3 or 4 of them, the basic citation template, site news, site web, and site books, and match the MediaWiki SciTalk template type map.json file and update the configuration file for the module for the translations, and you're good to go for on that part. If you run into a citation issue where it says please generate your citation manually, right? I mean, please input your citation manually. You can verify if Cytoid is working or if Zotero is working by checking through the Zotero connectors. So maybe as a demo, I will just show you what I meant. Okay, let me sit down and use this. So say for example, like for this news article, if I go to English Wikipedia, right? It takes a while to load. But basically, if I click on edit and I try to insert this citation and click on create, okay, this is working, right? But for, let's see whether New York Times website. Okay, New York Times, they have already fixed already, so that is fine. But there's some websites that will come out with, you have to generate a citation, input a citation manually to verify that if it's Zotero that is working or not. Basically, what you can do is to install what is called Zotero connectors on your Chrome browser or Edge browser. I think Firefox has as well. So install Zotero connector, and then go to the website and click on Save to Zotero button, and it should comes out as the extension here, right? In order to do this, you have to make sure that you do have a Zotero installed, because the Zotero connector will ping the software itself to do the translation. Okay, so once that's done, it will come out as this button here. So sorry, not Scrum Helper, if this is, if it spouts out in this interface, it's working fine, right? And you can actually check if it is what is expected, in a sense of like, you can save into a particular folder, and basically you can check through the item type, title, author, and everything else, right? So let's see. Oh, there we go. Yeah, right. And then you notice author first and last is missing, right? Where it is available here. Right, so that means that the translator that is there is there's something that is not working properly, because we should expect this author Ng King Jin to be reflected as the author itself. Okay, and that's why I can do a deeper dive into what's going on with the translator. Right, so that's a few. Yeah, so it is working. Zotero is working, but Cytoid itself is not working. The issue is probably the website is blocking Cytoid services. So the solution for this is to request the website to unblock Cytoid services. You can try to self-serve in sense of that you go to Cloudflare, it comes out with these two services, Zotero translation server and Cytoid as well, where it has the user agent string, right, to to tell, which you can use it to you can send it to the website admins to request them to unblock these user agent strings in their firewalls, right? And this user agent string as well. Yeah. Okay. So
this is just means that Cloudflare knows of these bots. It doesn't say they allow these bots.
yes, this is basically yeah.
You can just repeat what I said.
No, yeah. So, okay. So this is basically to repeat what Andrew here says is that this service is basically what Cloudflare knows about these bots, right? The foundation have reached out to Cloudflare to have these bots be listed for Cloudflare's end users to enable or disable or basically allow or disallow the bots respectively, right? So if the websites that you are emailing to are using Cloudflare as the firewall services or the CDN services, then it's great because the website admins can basically use Cloudflare to do the exclusion and the inclusion through the interface. But if they are using other firewall services, you can just pass them the user agent string, the individual user agent string, and ask them to whitelist these user agent strings, right? Okay, so this is first of all. So if it's yeah, so you just need to do that request. The other way is that if you know the WMF staff that is handling Cytoid, you can reach out to them to help to request for the unblock, but it may take a while because they are also quite busy. If Zotero and Cytoid are working, but things like names, titles, and other parameters are wrong, right? Like, for example, as I've mentioned here, the author names are not shown, right? It means that the translators is probably not working properly. So that is where you can start digging through Zotero to see what's going on. Okay, so first of all, what is translator? A translator is not a human chatterbox. It's not someone that is going to translate things from English to French or to other languages. In this case, it's a JavaScript-based set of structured rules that you can write. It looks through semantic information throughout the web page. So it's just not the metadata that is looking through. You can also look through the content of the web page itself for the information to want to draw from. But in doing so, you need to know the CSS classes that the website, or basically the web page structure itself, or that the website is using. Right, so there are a few translation types. There's web translators, which is meant for websites. There's import translators, basically to import from standardized storage formats like bittext or RSI, and then you can export to the export translators are basically exporting from the Zotero software to other formats, and also search translators, which is to search with standardized IDs, for example, the DOI ID. So most of the standardized websites or websites with like collection of information like DOI, these search translators are already set up. So we usually will not be bothered with search translators unless you have come up with DOI-like service, and we can ignore import and export translators because this is mainly for the Zotero software itself. What we are really focused on is the web translators. Okay, so the anatomy of translator itself, it does start off with JSON object describing what this translator is about. You have a unique ID identifier, a label to determine what is this for. In this case, this is for the Straits Times, right? Creator, whoever is writing, target, which website you are targeting, right? In this case, straitstimes.com. if you have subdomains, right, like specific subdomains, because you have different brands under the same domains, you can create specific translators for that as well by changing the subdomain. Minimum version 3, maximum version, you can leave it blank, but because usually it's backward compatible. Right now, I think it's version 9 for Zotero. Priority, and all of these we don't need to worry about. Translator type 4 is basically the website translator. Okay. Key functions would be detect web, do web, and script. Okay. So maybe I'll go through using the translator that we are seeing over here. Right, so you have the license block. Do web, detect web is basically detecting whether what classes or what type of the what's the item type of the article you are searching for, whether it's a newspaper article or a general website item. And if it's, let's say, if it's a website in this case, it's returning as multiple, in a sense that it can be a search page or a home page or a category page where you have multiple items, it will return as multiple. And what Zotero, outside the scope of Wikimania's project, what Zotero itself can do is to pull out multiple sets of items. So that's why they do require multiple as well. Do web, it's basically telling Zotero to say that if it's a multiple class item type, to run the multiple item function. If not, then it's to scrape the actual document itself. Okay, so for scraping is basically where the main bulk of how you are going to pull the information from the web page, right? In this case, I hard-coded the ISSN because that is a set ISS identifier for this publication, right? URL, publication title, publication title is hard-coded as well. And then the title, in this case, I use path, the next path to pull out the information. So you can extract node, date, and place, and language, and authors. In this case, authors, it's a bit unique for this website because a bit of context is that the Straits Times, it's a Singapore publication, and as Singaporeans, our first name and last name placement, it differs from person to person. I mentioned earlier, I present myself as Robert Sim, but at the same time, I can present myself as Sim King Yu Robert or Sim King Yu because all of these are part of my legal names. And in this case, my family name is Sim. The rest is all the given name, right? So different people will present in any of these formats, and this is only for the Chinese race in Singapore. There's also the Malay race where it does not have a family name, so it goes like your given name, son of your father's name, or daughter of your father's name. So it differs from race to race as well. So I do have a list of authors that I have to define what is the first name and last name. I basically know all of the reporters that Straits Times employ by now. So, yeah. But in most cases, in a less in a more homogeneous society, you do not need to do this. You can make use of the default author. Let me see, where is the code? There's a default of clean author. Clean author is one of the default class tool that you can use. Yeah, you can use Zotero's out of the box utility functions to check through and pull out the first name and last name automatically. Okay, so you can also define further, like, for me, I also make further modifications to the first name and last name, because some of the formats here, they might have additional byline, additional words in the byline for the author. So like for opinions or forum contributors, they will go like Robert Sim for the Straits Times, because they're basically writing their own opinions, but specifically submitted to the Straits Times. So what we don't want to appear inside the author fields are like for the Straits Times, so I will have that removed. Removed from the author's name, right? Okay, and there are other things as well, extra things, but which usually is more of a to beautify stuff. In this case, I have also like if it's a subscription only item or not, right? Because for Straits Times, they do have is operating on a freemium model where they have some articles behind paywall, some under fully under behind paywall or partially behind paywall, or some are free articles to be read. Get multiple items are meant for search pages, usually, or for category pages, right? So what it does is that it will go through individual items, and then it will process the document by using the script functionality. So for most cases, not most cases, but for Wikipedia itself, we will not use this, but because Zotero is an upstream project, they will expect you to code out the get multiple items as part of their submission process, right? So it's still good to have some rudimentary search capabilities as well. Okay, so basically that's the general format of, or the autonomy of the translators, right? Okay, so Cytoid maps item type to citation templates. So for example, like what I present just now, newspaper article, it will link to, for English Wikipedia, it will link to site news. It's all configurable on the wiki itself. So for example, on English Wikipedia, you can see a whole list of templates that it's mapped to, right? So for example, like what I showed just now, the news article, or magazine article is site news, manual scripts, site book, newspaper article is site news, right? So this is configurable on Wikipedia. Okay, and there is a whole list of other syntaxes as well. Let's see where it is. Yes, right. So the whole list of other item types where you can specify for certain things. Like if it's a journal that you are writing the translator for, you can map to paper or thesis and stuff like that, right? Or if it's like writing a translator for, say, the High Court of your respective countries, right, where they publish the legal case text, you can change it to case instead of web page, or the default web page, or news article. Okay. I think demo already. So advanced topics will be that you might encounter during the coding of your translators would be like how to deal with asynchronously loaded website. Because some websites will load their content through a headless model, where the content is mostly loaded only after the core skeleton of the web page, of the website is loaded. JSON LD extraction. So JSON LD is basically also a collection of of metadata where you can extract the information is from. Unfortunately, for some reason, Zotero maintainer have not supported JSON-LD, so there needs a way to go around hacking through this. Other embedded metadata formats as well, dynamic DOM pagination and also DOI detection. But most of the time, DOI we don't need to worry anymore. So yeah. Okay, so some of the references that you can see are like the translator documentation itself from Zotero, and also I believe yeah, so Wikimedia MediaWiki also does have its own documentation that you can use, right? Okay, maybe I close this off first, and then I'll show you where to. So after installing Zotero, right, you go to Tools. You want to access the translator tool. Go to Tools, Developer, and click on Translator Editor, right? In the older versions of Zotero, this is known as Scaffold. Okay, but they have since renamed it to be Translator Editor to make it more understandable. After you do that, you will need to set the translator directory. So if it's your first time setting the translator directory, open the translator repository and clone it to your local machine. Okay. After you clone it to the local machine, you can set the directory to that translator repository that you have cloned. Okay. And after that, for example, if for the Straits Times, it already has a translator because I've coded it back in 2022. So if I look for it, yeah, there's a lot of entries that starts with the. You can click on it to open the Straits Times translator, and it will load this interface up for you. The metadata information is all over here, and then you can click on code to access the raw codes itself. Okay, and yeah, that's it. Yes, also one more thing. There's also tests as well, where you can run tests against your codes to see whether it is working properly or not. So you can click on run to run the test at the site. You'll start running tests, and this is where it will highlight what is wrong. For example, the first name, last name, the creator object is no longer there, and the abstract node has changed. Yeah, so this is what is the actual return, and from here you can go back to your codes and start making the changes as well, right? If you are starting from scratch, there is a generic translator that you can look for. I can't remember which one, so sorry, but I think it's the generic translator. There's not stated here. I think it's, let's look at, hold on. Yeah, so this is one of it, where you can use it as well as your base, copy over the codes and make it as your base of your starting point. the good thing is that this translator repository, there are more than 600 of them already inside here. So you can always use any of these as your reference to see how other developers have coded out their translator tools, right? Yeah, so if you do not have a website that you think that you can work on Fabricator itself, in the citation workboard, they have a list of requests as well that people have requested to write translators for, right, or update translator. So this is another place that you can start contributing as well. And it's not pushed to you do not push it to Fabricator or Garrett or any of the repository that is maintained by the foundation, because the foundation will pull mainly from the parent the parent repository over here. So push whatever that you have done onto here as a pull request, right? And let the maintainer go through your codes and accept the changes that you want to merge into the parent translator repository. Yeah. So I think that's all on this side here. What if you can start trying on your hands on coding in Zotero, and you have any issues, I'm around. I can check and help as well. Yeah. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Yeah, I noticed there's a Claude file in the translators folder. Is that something? Is AI any good at this? Have you tried that? Or
I have not tried the AI part, so you can give it a try. Okay, personally, I have not used Claude for coding. I'm using primarily on ChatGPT, and but not for the translator itself. So I do not know. Yeah.
thanks.
In fact, that is introduced only in the last few months. So, yeah.
With more and more websites starting to block more and more bots, you already explained about the Cloudflare stuff. But are there other strategies that have helped try to counter that problem? Like anything else that we can do to? Or is basically the only fix reach out to the website and hope they respond?
The other, this is something that I had talked about in an hackathon a few years ago. One of the Wikimedia hackathon I think in Estonia, where I presented that we can try to federate the pooling of the citations through multiple servers rather than through just one centralized service. But it will be a whack-a-mole thing, because as the websites, as the webmasters start to realize what's going on, they will start blocking the individual service servers through the IP addresses. So that's one way, but the other way is I just thought of as well is to basically utilizing the Zotero software that you have on your own website, on your own machine, right? And we basically will need to code out extension where it would, when you click on generate citations, it pumps into Zotero directly and pull out the information and push it back to Cytoid on your visual editor. So it's going to be just locally bound onto your own machine. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a question online.
Oh, okay.
This is a question from Charles Calanti. So I read, which language are embedded in the translator? Can it help me to generate a citation from my local language wiki, for example, Luganda? Because at times when we are trying to generate citations, there is always errors.
Right. So as I mentioned, there might be several issues for the smaller wikis. The first thing you check is whether you have done the mapping, like you have done this mapping here of the item types to the citation templates, right? Or you have imported citations. That's one. Second is that you check your configuration file whether it's there. If it's not there, update them as well. And if there's still issues, or if let's say everything on the Wikipedia site is set up properly and you're still facing issues with putting information from citations, go through and check if is it Cytoid or is it the Zotero that is not working properly through the Zotero connector. If you can pull information locally, but not through Cytoid, chances is that the website is blocking the Cytoid service from accessing the website. So ask the websites to unblock the user agent of the two services that the foundation is using. Yeah. So beyond that, if I go into detail exactly what's going on, that can be explored later. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure if this is because I'm not particularly informed, but is this all language agnostic then? So in that, or would you have to do work for every language project to get this?
It's you mean for Wikipedia itself?
Yeah, across the different language Wikipedias.
You will need to set this up you have to set this file up for every project.
But I mean the translator itself.
Oh.
For example, like the parameters.
Right. For the translator itself, it should work across all projects.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking that I was thinking specifically, for example, if you were citing some non-Latin scripts that would need to be transliterated, I think the preference in English Wikipedia is to fill out first and last, but then fill out author mask, and have it all be in the original language instead of in Latin script.
Yep.
But you wouldn't fill out an author mask if you were using that in Chinese or a language where you wouldn't have a comma between the surname and the first name.
Yeah, so for that display of the the citation templates, that is something that you will need to go through the modules or the templates, or rather the modules that you've imported from, let's say you have imported from English to the other languages, then you will need to check through the module for the for what has been displayed on the Wikipedia itself. Yeah, so that's one. As in terms of the reverse, whether is it how it's been displayed. In terms of pulling information, whether is it from English or from other languages. In this case, right now, this is 早报, which is the Chinese news article. I mean news site for Singapore. It will pull out the information in Chinese totally, right? However, the display here, because since I'm using English Wikipedia as the as the example, it will say that is in simplified Chinese retrieve when. But if you go to say Chinese on the Chinese wiki itself, I'll just use this as an example. right? And paste this in, it will pull out and have it in Chinese, in the display in the Chinese format or whatever format that the Chinese Wikipedia has determined.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is also online question from online participants from Daisy Bailey Salon. So, what if the website refuses to unblock the site?
For now, I would say you are out of luck. Yeah, you have to do it manually, or when someone has the time to do up the extension that I have described to link to your own local machine. Yeah. So I think that will be it's a pending project of mine if no one else is doing. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Any more questions?
No.
If not, we still have a few minutes. If no one online either wants to ask anything, let's thank the speaker. Thank you. So now we are going to have the coffee break after a few minutes, in 15 minutes. So we'll be back in, I believe, 11 a.m. So see you all soon.
Were you someone?
That the general consensus was that web crawler operators were allowed to circumvent them. Not sure if you...
This is something that is for the Cytoid maintainers to consider. Yeah, I cannot answer for them. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you everyone and see you in a few minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour à tous et à tous. I'm really happy to be here. I also am a little more out of sorts than I expected because I was just in a 15-minute train delay because of some undecipherable disturbance in the car ahead of me. So bear with me, folks. This is set up as a workshop, but I realized as I was pulling it together that I had a lot of questions about where people were going to be coming into this conversation. And so I'm going to pivot a lot based on some of the questions that I'm going to ask you, which is in part like, well, I'll ask the very stupid question. How many of you have edited Wikipedia? How many of you have edited Wikipedia to put like an entire section of a data source, like a table or so on onto Wikipedia? How many of you have ever uploaded a graph or created a graph on Wikipedia? Okay, so those are the Wikipedia side questions. And then the code side questions are, how many of you have used GitHub or a comparable repository? How many of you have done any data science programming? How many of you have programmed in Python? How many of you programmed in R? Okay, super. So I'm not going to do, I work in R mostly, probably the second most common data science language. A lot of that's how things were accomplished for the examples and kind of the tour that I went on in preparation for this talk. And really this talk is the result of about, like off and on over the last 6 months, a lot of experiments in how can someone contribute to Wikipedia in a like organized, automatable way. I think that is easier now. I'm going to out myself as like an extreme AI skeptic on the like big narrative sense, but as someone who is using AI for a lot of coding tools at the moment, right? And so I'm really interested in how do we preserve the sort of like golden record aspect of the scholarly timeline, which sometimes includes Wikipedia. And I realize that is, there may be like a split within the Wikipedia community over whether like, you know, we lead with the like that everyone can edit, or we lead with the like access to all of the world's knowledge. But I'm really like fidelity to what is it? Fiabilité is extremely important to me and is driving a lot of this. So if you have any preconceptions about what it might mean to use some stochastic tools in the background, trust me as I go along today that I'm obsessive about that question and obsessive about kind of preserving the digital commons that is Wikipedia. Okay. I'm going to have to not talk for quite so long extemporaneously because I'll lose my screen. 1 second. I have that, but I need this. This is why I really wish that I was here 5 minutes earlier. We're going to make this very big. And also give me a presenter view. That's what I want. Okay, super. Okay, so this actually was the slide that the slide deck came with. I tried very hard to figure out what the quote was from, but nonetheless, this idea that Wikipedia is the largest collection of free collaborative knowledge in human history ends up being a starting point for thinking about what is the ways that people can contribute systematically from the open science perspective into that world. My first part of my talk is going to be thinking about how do we conceptualize the open data science community as an overlapping, but in some ways like quite distinct set of people who are engaging in things right now. And the reason why I'm interested in this is in part because I'm in the overlap between these communities, and it's in part because I think that this is an active and extremely growing community. And I know that in the last 18 months or so, there's been, and in some ways, like last 10 years in the background, a lot of fears in the Wikipedia community about growth and visibility, new members, things like that. And so in some ways, this is a talk that I'm going to make here and that I hope to make also in other open science spaces as a way of trying to convince people for whom like they are Python natives, people who are engaging in fair data principles, people who are creating things in repositories, and talk to them about how they might contribute to Wikipedia. So if we think about this number, this vast number of registered user accounts, but a small number of active users, one could compare that with any number of other things, the number of global scientists, the number of people who are using R, the number of people who are using Python, the number of GitHub accounts, all of which are in this like very rapid upward climb. And yet, there's also a kind of values premise that goes along with this, right? That Wikipedia is a space where transparency, verifiability, reference to sources, etc. Yeah, am I?
Could you slow down?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You're very enthusiastic.
Okay.
It's quite difficult to follow for the ones who don't speak.
Sure. Let me. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
So, new manager.
Hi. Welcome. Okay, let me retrain my brain just a little bit and say that, yeah, so Wikipedia has these principles around transparency, around verifiability, around its clear access into sources. And these are actually the same principles that are going on in the like open science reproducible research arena. And that we have a particular way of operationalizing them that has to do with citations and a clear editing process. And they may have a clear way of doing that, which has to do with downloadable data and revealing your code and showing the process by which you get somewhere. So if I create a data, like a graph for a scientific paper, I'm going to actually show people every step along the way that you went into producing that graph. If I upload that to Wikipedia, it just says, you know, sort of my name and hopefully what source I got that data from, but not what was my process. And similar, so I think there's a lot of values alignment here, and there's a lot of space for productive learning from each other across these two fields. So the first, as I said, the first bit of my talk is kind of doing this like mutual introduction between Wikipedians and open science. And we have this graph here from the Open Science Training Handbook, which I recommend, that's talking about these principles, which will feel very familiar to Wikipedians: transparency, available and free information, accessibility, reproducibility, right? And so, big picture, open science is a lot more of the scientific community that, or the scientific world than you may think. This is a 4-part, we're going to visit this cartoon in 4 parts from Randall Munroe, the creator of XKCD. And this actually appeared in Science. I couldn't figure out if this is CCNC or if it's something else because it was in Science, the journal. But yeah, so we're in this world in which like scientific papers are exploding over the last 150 years. And this visualization is based on the idea that each of these books has 140 citations per page. And this is a kind of index of scientific articles, and you see there's not a lot going on in the 19th century here. And you get to 1975, you get four huge volumes. And then now 15 volumes, a page every 45 minutes. This is 2014. So this ongoing escalation of amount that's going on here, but secretly, Randall Munroe has made this into an open data infographic, because do you see that cloud up there that says move to open access? That represents all of these open access papers. And that we have this situation where increasingly science is being done in ways where those sources are made publicly available, which means they're directly available for use on Wikipedia, and they are And most things that are not made initially openly available, right, are things that either a preprint or a post-print 12 months out an embargo exists, things like that. Without going into all 4 of those, here's a graph of all research articles, right? And so gold are fully open access journals, swelling to about 50% of scientific production by 2025. And then these middle ones are in some way free to read, but there may be like some other complications around them. So that's a lot of material. And that's the final publication. And then accompanying that, if you go onto nearly any scientific journal article website, you're going to see a lot of supplementary materials. And so often, usually, even if there's a paywall on the actual article, the supplementary materials are downloadable. And those are things that where that open data is possibly being shared. Big picture, as I was saying, open science and the Wikimania movement have these like highly aligned values, and they're also each about creating, to a certain extent, a technological ecosystem that allows them to, or a stack, right, that allows them to exist. This is my only AI-created graphic. So in Wikimedia, and I would say that like, a thing I've maybe realized more this week is how much like we tend to focus on creating our own tools and may not be aware, if we peer over this wall, into the fact that other people are creating their own highly open source tools for engaging in science, for doing publishing, for other things like that. For their own reasons, right? And often for reasons of their own frustration with scientific publishers, with like high-priced citation managers, with other, like, so there's a variety of different arenas in which exercising the same, or following the same principles has become appealing people in the open science side. So I'm not gonna review anything on the left. Does this all look sort of familiar? MediaWiki, the Commons, Wikidata, the licenses that we use, and our authorship, right? But over on the right, this is a world where making, as I was just showing, your final products open access by having open access journals or having release afterwards, having a variety of open data licenses, so then when you create new data, that is available and usable to other scientists, and I'm using science in the like super broad sense of scholarship here. The storing of text and data on open repositories, like Zenodo, so long-term storage that ideally means that people in 2100 can look at data like science done in 2020 and continue to have access to it. There's a use of a variety of data processing tools, and so in their own ways, with their own particular open licenses, the programming languages R and Python are each held in trust by a nonprofit that has a license to allow continual open source development, and so that no one has to pay for those things. And then other broader frameworks for doing that, like integrated development environments. Those are the things where people are writing code. Those are also produced often in open source ways that are checkable, and that are, in the case of the R ecosystem, that stuff is happening. That stuff is happening by an organization called POSIT and the R Foundation. And so those are their own things. The big commercial thing in the middle here, the only thing that's in orange on the right, is GitHub. Right, which is the world's largest repository for holding code. There are non-commercial alternatives to it. There are some affordances that are associated with it, mean that a lot of people use GitHub, myself included, but there are other alternatives for that. And then there have to be the kinds of institutions that hold those things up. So public benefit corporations, foundations, and university involvement. And there's, I'd say, increasingly also, because so many commercial entities rely on these products, there's an effort to get those folks to circulate in and do paid coding for their organization that contributes to open source projects. Can I get a show of hands for how many people that all felt familiar already? Okay, good self-selected room. How many people did not? Okay. So good. for me, like that ability to think about like how are there other ecosystems that are not just us that are doing this is an important thing that I don't necessarily feel is super visible inside the Wikimedia community more broadly. Okay, and then these processes are similar to our editing process, but they add automation and reproducibility so that like if you can make one article, you can use the same recipe to make more than one article. Or if you if your data changes, then your output is going to change. And that's something that I think we don't tend to have, is not integrated systematically into Wikipedia, so that when new data comes out, we don't instantly have new versions of our pages. And that's probably a problem in a world in which data becomes, is free and more freely movable. But connecting these things to our values allows, or to Wikimedia allows us to strengthen both of our shared values, right? And that open data scientists have a place where their research is immediately affecting a kind of front page of understanding. And similarly, the Wikimedia community benefits from a bunch of like extra digital integrity and extra kind of scientific integrity that's bound up in the open science world. So let's be friends. Okay, so what I want to show as examples today, and then I want like a bunch of questions of like, how did you do that to be a part of this? Because I want to help you who are coming from many different places be able to think about these kinds of contributions. And so these were like what I did, and then I'll show you what the examples were. But the 4 levels here are kind of artisanal use of data to generate illustrations, making automated wiki text summaries of data, so that's creating small text objects, which could eventually become larger text objects, generating Wikipedia lists from data objects, and also fundamentally that's actually a two-way street, that some of the most interesting and important content, despite the existence of the OR policy, on Wikipedia is actually like really brilliant list making work, and then filling out a category with automated text. So I'm going to show examples of what I've been up to as a kind of cookbook list, and I'm hoping this will both inspire things and allow us to have some conversations about what tools can be used more. Okay, so this is my oldest example. Okay, this table here is not contemporary open data. It is open data from 1938 when the US Labor Department produced a whole series of like data pamphlets, including like 3 or 4 on sit-down strikes, which as I was participating in the Scholars and Scientists program of WikiEd, and we had a group on social movements. My article was sit-down strikes, and so there's this perfectly lovely table, only available in print PDF form. It turns out that this is something that did not know until I was doing this, that Excel has a lovely like data from picture button, so I was able to pull that in. You have to do some manual checking and deal with commas and so on, but then move that to producing a data visualization object like this one. And in part, I show this example because it was easy-ish, and in part, the hard part about this is making this look intelligible, readable, et cetera. And this is a case where I think like good data design is part of the process. And in many ways, like non-automated tools continues to be the best at that. There's definitely much more of a capacity to, as I have done, feed this to an LLM and ask it to create an R object that then will create this, but this was done in Apple numbers. So yeah, do that. How many people have done things like that? What did you do?
I get stuff from Australia.
Uh-huh.
I get
Oh, sorry, yeah. Do we have a second?
There's an R package called Read ABS, which is the Australian Bureau of Statistics. So it uses their API to extract the latest data. So I do things like the labour force statistics, update a graph of unemployment in Australia every month.
Yeah. Other examples? Other folks? Sorry, other folks? There were multiple hands. Come on. Don't be shy. Yeah, other examples of kind of doing this artisanal work of like bringing in a data set and creating something for Wikipedia.
Is this working? Okay. I didn't know about the OCR thing in Excel, so I have nothing on that, but
Typed it.
I've made a few maps and graphs with R using open data.
Right on.
That's it.
Yeah. In my teaching and learning training, I learned how to wait for people to to answer and accept awkward silences. So yeah, did you have a?
Yes, I wanted to take a table from a publication and put that into Wikidata. So I struggled with OCR and then realized that if I copy pasted from the online page, then it could be pasted on Excel, and then I used Open Refine to go into Wikidata. So
Yeah.
maybe it could be streamlined with
There are probably some tools that we could, yeah, okay. And like this, thinking about different ways to do this, whether it's scanning, there are a lot of, R and Python have a number of like tools for importing, and especially if what you're trying to do, I would say that this was my sort of general level of engaging in data, where it's like one table, one project, right? And part of my goal today is to show you at least the possibility and like how it is, how it can work to have like one PDF with hundreds of tables. They're all formatted in the same way, and like bring those in to being a data source, because that, and for better or for worse, is the way that a lot of information is out there in the world. Okay, so for the rest of the talk, these are the kind of three areas that I've experimented in over the last 6 or so months. One of them is on, and the simplest one is on looking at African American population by state in the United States, to look at immigration detention, which is something that I'm starting a new data project on, but I kind of fell into that by this experiment. And I work as a cultural anthropologist who studies revolutionary social change and political violence in Bolivia, but I needed as background for that access to some like nationwide municipal data, and I've also care about Wikipedia being a complete reference source. So thinking about ways to do that was my largest of these three experiments. Okay, so the first one, when I first moved to Tennessee, and went to my first editathons, which, to be fair, there's about 1.5 years between those two things, but also my first child was born 1.5 years. Went to my first editathon in Nashville, and I'm like, what am I going to do? Is there an African Americans in Tennessee page? And the answer is no. And so this is my very first edit on that page, and that is about a week in. And so I'm trying to think about like what makes an encyclopedic description, or like who are these people and how many are there, is a part of that. And so a week in, I end up with this note. So Tennessee is a state that is substantially African American, but the population is highly concentrated, mostly in 2 counties. And then there are a number of counties where there's substantial African American population rurally as well. So figuring out how to describe that in a systematic way meant pulling from some data. So this was all by hand. Like I have a window here and a window there, and meanwhile some how to edit Wikipedia conversations are happening all around me that I'm not paying too much attention to, because that's how work gets done at editathons. But then more recently, I went back and it's still there. This is 2010 is now not so recent. And I wanted to figure out how to update that. So I did some searching. I will make a reference page for this talk, by the way, that will have links to a bunch of things. They're not quite up yet. So the Tennessee State Data Center has this census-based chart. And it turns out that like this, unfortunately the spreadsheet doesn't exist for every state. I then later had to discover that there's an R library called Tidy Census, very similar to what you're talking about for accessing the thing. My first round of this was like a data sheet import. And this is a process that I can't teach today, but I highly recommend, like, everyone's favorite R book called R for Data Science for, like, walking through this process. But that importing and then cleaning the data and then going through a process where you're like, how am I going to use this? How am I going to present it? How am I going to visualize it in order to communicate it effectively? That's the process. There are 1,000 classes in the world on how to do this. There's lots of online things. This is something that, like, it's worth like going through and learning and thinking about the conceptual process for. Contemporary programming languages make the basics of this fairly simple. So, like, literally the import code is just that in the upper right. But now I have this data object that has some annoying characteristics, right? Like, it has a lot of lines that have GeoIDs, and then somewhere it has some names, and somewhere it's a very confusing data object. The columns don't have clear definitions associated with them, and so a lot of the kind of secondary process is making a data object rather than making just your Wikipedia object. And so that meant explaining what all of those column headings were. And it meant then thinking about, well, okay, in that process, I actually scraped a PDF and created a list of all of the names for the P001, et cetera. That means all the different demographic output variables that the US Census has, and pulled them in, created a thing. And then we have these steps, right? We're defining, well, what actually we're looking at. We're looking at what is the share of total black population, what is the share. And then I had written this paragraph before, and I wanted to write it again, and then I also wanted to write it for every state. And so what I had to ask myself was both, how would I reproduce this, right? How do I make a list of, like, the top 10, top 7, top above some level, and then how do I think about that threshold? Because it turns out, like, Tennessee is, I know, roughly 22% African American. Iowa is like 1. Right? So what is it that I want to highlight in that? And so what I end up having is this other weird data object that's up here. So I have the percentage, and then I have the number of counties that exceed a number of thresholds. So, like, sorry, this was not built for what's it called? Presentation, right? This is an internal table, but counties with less than 1%, greater than 1%, greater than 10, greater than the national average, greater than the state share, et cetera. And so then I made a kind of if-then statement of which thing, which sentence was I going to use, or which threshold was I going to use. And the result is a bit of wiki text, like this. And so along the way, I'm making some functions for, like, how do you check what the counties are, how do you see what their linking variables are. This is a thing where I think, like, in each programming language, we're going to need to have a little bit of a community that builds tools. So I've started a wiki tools library for use in R. So some of that interfacing is stuff that we can share from project to project and make this simpler as it goes along. And then the output is one big Quarto document that has, for each state, this bit of information, the wiki text, and a, like, copy wiki text to clipboard button. So that means when you paste it, it'll just be there. And an edit button where you can go to the thing and address it. And so this, I cannot tell you how many hours this ends up saving if you're not just doing this for the one page, but you're doing it for 50 pages. Then you're suddenly in a situation where you have this lovely text object that is portable, reusable, et cetera, and you have a documentable process. Can I pause for questions on this? Because this is the most text-heavy of the 3 examples that I'm going to talk about. And this can be anything from, how did you do that, to, do you feel comfortable with this thing, to how much review do you give to each one, to whatever. Yeah.
So what would that look like if, like, generally the African American population is very low, and it's like 1% in the highest?
Yeah. So in that, can someone pull up African Americans in Iowa? Because I think I did, and a number of these, there is not a page, and African Americans in X redirects to state hashtag demographics. So that's pretty common. There's probably a paragraph that looks like that. There's probably a threshold.
There's nothing there.
Haha, did I not do this one? Sorry.
No.
My demo is not good. Hang on, let me pick another one.
Oh, there's a template for African Americans. I think there might be.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, by state? Indiana? Yeah. Or
Indiana's substantial, actually, but it's...
There's Alabama, Arkansas, California, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, Nebraska. There is no North Dakota, there's Nebraska, New Jersey, New York, North Carolina, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, South Carolina, South Dakota?
So, yeah, look at Nebraska.
Nebraska, okay.
Which says, in the 2020 census, 96,535 Nebraska residents were identified as African Americans of a total of about 2 million. African Americans make up more than 10% of the population in only one county, Douglas. African Americans in the 7 counties of Douglas, Lancaster, Sarpy, Hall, Dakota, Dawson, and Buffalo make up more than 94% of all African Americans in the state. So that was how the branching would work out. So that's a case where it's like, it's a low population, and that make up more than 10% in only one county uses that kind of threshold, right? That's like, how many... There's basically a system where I'm looking at like, which are the first 2 non-boring numbers in that list, and then using that as the basis for the if-then statement. Other questions? Okay. In some ways, this branching bit is the more complex of the programming parts, and in some ways, matching is the particular nightmare that I want to talk about next. But so this, in my second example, immigration detention facilities are a thing that are extremely politically salient right now. In my ideal world, there would be a lot of coverage of these things. It would be possible that if you knew someone who was suddenly detained in XYZ detention center, you can go online, look at Wikipedia, find out about that place, know where it is, know its history, see the reports of people talking about what conditions are like in it, all of those things, right? Like this feels like a high priority editing area for Wikipedia, and a place where like neutrally presented, reliable source information is extremely important. Yet, in January, we had this unfortunate situation that this list of immigration detention facilities in the United States on English Wikipedia was primarily information from 2007 to 9 with like sporadic additions since then. So this was a problem. And like data rot on Wikipedia or data staleness on Wikipedia is, I think, a huge problem that like only can be addressed by a lot of systematic use of data science. So I pulled in whatever Wikipedia links were here, and there's a few different ways that I was using this to create a table between name of facility and link to Wikipedia page, and then eventually gave this thing a new home on a sort of same title, comma, 2007 to 9, and filtered it out a bit so that we can keep that information, but also have an up-to-date thing. And then I went online looking for public data. And it turns out on the ICE web page that there is this end of year or year-to-date and current year that is sometimes updated. Or sporadically updated with like, what are the current averages, what are the lists of all the facilities, et cetera. And they've been doing this for a while. These were here. And then it turns out there's 2 earlier spreadsheets that are multi-year spreadsheets. So the first round was just dealing with this like current data set. And that resulted in this bit of code that's rather longer. But it goes through these same processes, right? We're import the thing, we're going to clean things up, we're going to add some capitalization, which actually means then you have to figure out what all the acronyms are that you don't want to make a title case, all kinds of boring fun things to do with that. And then with that, I was able to produce a new wiki table. And so one of the functions, by the way, that I created in the middle of this was a sort of, if you know R, Tibble, but data frame into wiki table. So it's just like get wiki table. Here's give it your data object, and it will give you one. And so I made a set of contributions. We end up with this much shorter but contemporary, all the things that are actually active list that looks like this. It wasn't as blue linked at the beginning. I helped run an editathon and then also did some editing on my own to create some new new pages on these things, and in the service of that editathon, use the same data set to produce an infobox prison. And also so that's a bit of the first round of this. The place where more data wrangling was required is that each of those spreadsheets has arguably the same list or like an overlapping list of facilities, and they don't always use the same text code. So a bunch of additional wrangling went into matching up those over time. But what that means is that you can produce not only this as a wiki text object, but this, which is like what is the average daily population every year for any of the last, in this version, it's like the last 9 years, but I think we're back to 2009 or so. So yeah. So being able to this is a case where as you enter into a project like this, there's both the most superficial one data table, many outputs, or one data table, one table, and then one data table, many tables, like all the info boxes, one data table, and also all of the things like this, and then eventually possibly more data sets that are in there. So my contention is that what is going to end up happening over time is that you have maybe one wiki project, several data projects that are associated with it, and those spinning out lots and lots of different side data objects. And I'll talk at the end of the talk about how do we think about community monitoring in those cases, right? Because the default would be I'm just a nice Wikipedian, I produce this thing, you don't even look at my code, whatever. And I don't think that's the wiki way. I think that the best ways to do this involve more interactivity, transparency about what our code / what our process looks like, and use of that. And in doing all of these things, I was a little bit obsessive about following WP:/calc. So thinking through how nothing that I produced here involves anything more than percentage calculations, right? That was kind of my wall. And then anything else beyond that is original research for purposes of where we lie things right now. But nonetheless, that's a lot of effective data presentation at the encyclopedic level can be done in that world and is best done automatically. Okay, questions about this example? Good. Yeah.
So if you want to update what you've done, you still have to run your code on your locally on your computer and copy paste your outputs.
Yeah.
Here.
And so for me, an important function is a read function of what's there now, because a small number of edits are being made to this to add who is the management group and so on. And at that point, I'm doing that not entirely manually, but I'll pull that down and say what's the diff here, right? What are the things that Wikipedia contributors looking at this table have made to things that are on here, and should that be incorporated into the back data set so that the new one can be produced? But yeah, did that? You want more?
I have another question.
Yes.
No one has them. How do you choose which data could be better put into Wikidata and then called to Wikipedia?
Excellent question. Okay, so this is a case where I think that Wikidata will be one of the outputs for these things. At the moment, I haven't mass spun up like a set of Wikidata items for this, but I could. And to do that, what I'd first have to do is like search and see which of those things are already on any Wikipedia, and then find their Wikidata item, and then throw in this information. I think there's a really interesting like tabular data conversation that happened yesterday morning. Interesting, your mileage may vary, but like, if you're me, in which like thinking about like how much of this particular kind of data do we want to have on Wikidata becomes like, because the spreadsheet that exists for this has 20, 30, 40 columns, right? How many of those people are in which criminal class? How many of those people are male and female? How many, what is their dangerousness rating? Where are, right, like geolocation data, all that kind of stuff. And like some of that probably belongs on Wikidata, but most of it probably belongs in a tabular object that then is referenced by Wikidata for that. The thing that my data wrangling resulted in is like a very large data object in which like, you know, typically one facility is one row, but actually I might want to export the kind of cross the slice data, right? Like how many people in each of these categories are there for each of the following 16 years that this facility has been open. And so like that publication doesn't feel like a Wikidata object. It feels like a tabular data object. And man, this is a world with like a lot of very complicated data flowing around it that is all public data generated by the US government, therefore public domain by default, but also like is of public interest. And so I want that stuff to be permanently available, and so I will circle back to that question. But yeah, I think like contributing to Wikidata is a thing, but at the moment, contributing to Wikidata means like ironing out Wikidata's like entity alignment and making sure that there's only one, like, I'll get to that in just a second with this, the example where I actually tried to do that more. Okay, so yes.
So when it comes to wrangling data and doing things with it, where, can you expand on where you draw the line between, okay, this is actually mostly data cleanup,
yeah,
and this is original research.
Yeah.
So this is not obvious to me at all.
Yeah, totally. This is a case where I've produced objects for Wikipedia and then have also produced objects for broader, like, I would say that almost everything that I've produced at some level still feels like I wish it was on Wikipedia and I'm not clear, right? Like it's a graph of a thing, whatever. If I were to say, if I do some kind of analysis that's like, what is the degree of criminality across other, right? Like then that, where I'm like making some kind of argument in some way, then I've crossed over, right? And that's OR. And I should cite other people who do that, and that, I know those people, they're great. They're out there, right? Like there's interesting research that's being done on that front, and I'd much rather have that not be in WikiVoice. But if what I'm doing is providing like, you know, a demographic profile of this or et cetera, like those things probably do belong on, like straightforwardly are like data products that we can talk about. So a lot of this is like encyclopedicness, and also I'm maybe like being overly cautious about this front because it is an arena of public conversation anyway, and so attributing analysis is important. And if I were writing the analysis myself, then I would not be the one who would editing that stuff onto Wikipedia. Yeah, does that, okay. Other questions before we, I will circle back to like, what do I think this should look like on Wikipedia at the end? Okay, so Bolivian municipalities, there's 340 of them. This has been, I work on a data project on people killed in political conflict in Bolivia. This has been a data nightmare from me for the beginning because there used to be 110 Bolivian municipalities and now there's 340. So there's a bunch of geocoding. My brain started to hurt on this a long time ago, and I finally feel like I have a full system for dealing with this. But on a basic encyclopedic level, this is just a lot of places to update. Wikipedia coverage is uneven. Oh, sorry, I used the wrong graphic for this one. Imagine that the Spanish one is more broadly filled in, and we can use this as a side point for talking about Wikidata. This is a Wikidata generated graphic. My updated graphic, in which this is almost all blue, is the one where I did a second round of scraping from the Spanish Wikipedia. It's actually, the categories are no better. But there is a page on Spanish Wikipedia called Anexo Municipios de Bolivia that has a full list of all of the articles, most of which don't have categories. So a round of desirable automatic editing would be to go through and include all of those in the appropriate department category so that they actually would show up on this map. I did fix this before, or whatever. I did rerun this analysis, and I put in the wrong slide here. This is correct, that in the Spanish Wikipedia, we have all of them. In the German Wikipedia, essentially one editor went through and like wrote articles on every single Bolivian municipality, and they are deep and great, and or no, they're not deep, but they're like, they cover the same set of things. They have like climate graphs, they have descriptions of who had access to some basic electrical appliances, they had some other, like, it's quite good in general, and almost all of the data is from 2001. So the particular kind of commitment / personality / neurodivergence that leads someone to do that, in my estimation, and I say this entirely sympathetically, does not extend to leading someone to update all of those things every 10 years. It's much more fun, as best I understand, to create and fill the gap maybe than it is to rerun this stuff. So we need tools on this front. And to like, if completeness is one metric, these are in English Wikipedia. So depth is something that's highly uneven. This is number of info box fields filled. Also, by the way, if R is a good tool for writing new content, is an amazing tool for analyzing existing content. This is the election year of mayors in Bolivia as listed on English Wikipedia. The most recent election was 2026. So in fact, like, current means red on this map, which is to say no one. That's a problem. Almost current means orange, and anything that's in blue is highly dated. And can you all see this? Pull this back. This is the census year of the current population figures on English Wikipedia for municipalities. So most of them 2001, a handful in like the 10 years ago census, and the most recent census are the ones in orange. So this is a problem. And figuring out how to systematically update this information seems really important. The approach that I used was to build a series of data objects for on-Bolivian municipalities and then to convert them into Wikitext. This was the most annoying one. So I don't think there is a data object in the world until I built it for, that's not true. I think there's a data object in the world that lives inside of the plurinational electoral organ. But I don't think that any newspaper reported a full list of everyone who was elected, even to mayor, much less to the municipal councils in Bolivia last time. And the plurinational electoral organ did us the questionable favor of producing this in this particular PDF form. I would love to spend some time training anyone who wants to do this. I just can't do it from this podium. This was a really interesting project. There is a quite, I think it's called like PDF Plumber or something. There's a lovely like R library that is good at doing this. And so what I had to do was, it will help you find a keyword like municipio colon or alcalde electo, which means elected mayor, and find a table that starts with it, and then pull its information and let you create a rectangle and so on. And so it's just a loop for the rectangle to make the thing, and then this is spread out over like many pages. You can save the page number. You could, if you wanted, save a copy of the image so that it would be, right? There's a lot of like, there's some trickery involved in this. And yet then you end up with this like data object that has all of the elected mayors, all of the council members, all of that. There's probably an extra level that this is the current output. What's not done yet here? Links would be nice, right? So I could do a search for these people. I would be very worried about doing this search, Javier Castro, right? Like, and I'd also be a bit worried about like if all three names are not right, this is its own rabbit hole, right? Like doing Wikipedia links on those things. And then a thing that I do intend to do is change those like acronyms that exist for the parties into their things. So, but nonetheless, like, let me say again, this was not Googleable before, and like is Googleable as those go up online. And so this project involved doing a number of such things. And so this is census data. The census provides them in a tabulated Excel form. There is a nationwide Excel sheet of all of the rural communities in Bolivia, sorted by municipality. There's a lot of things went into this. Including that census information, including this is actually already available on Wikidata. There's a link on Wikidata to outlines on OpenStreetMap that a single line of code can add this to an info box. Didn't know about that, but learned through this process. So like this is a different form of editing that I don't want to be alone in. I would love to have many more people interested in doing this kind of editing, because I feel like we need to paintbrush in some of the areas of our content gaps in a way that still involves all of the like Wikipedia principles, and involves a lot of attention to detail, involves concern with like, is it possible to make links for these things and so on. And yeah, why is this hard to put on Wikidata, by the way? What would I have to do to put that on Wikidata, the elected officials thing?
Create item for each one.
I have to create an item. But first, I have to see if that person has an item, and have to do some crazy verification process. And we're like, I now have, let's say, 10,000 government officials. This is like, it's possible to do that. I'm not sure if it's a good idea or not. I would love volunteers. Yes.
I'm just working on creating items for public officials on from a different.
Yeah. And like, yeah. No, go ahead.
No, I was probably just asked to speak on the microphone that I was working on creating the items on public officials, going through verification processes. The items already exist, and yes, it takes a bunch of time. Not replaceable by R, Python, or anything else requiring human knowledge.
Yeah. And like most of these people are probably like novice politicians at this level, but some of them aren't. And yeah, can I, if, I'm not going to switch from here. I spent a lot of time tracking, because I interviewed the mayor of someone who's mayor of Sucre for 3 days. I spent a lot of time tracking like who was mayor of Sucre in Bolivia. It's worth looking up. It's a very complex data object, because there were like 6 mayors in a single term. And so part of the challenge too is I would love to put all of these people in who I have one source for, that we know were elected, but I don't have end dates for any of them. I can't, like in 5 years, I don't know if they have made it through to the thing. Like a bunch of the conceptual work that's hanging out there involves questions that I think are, some of them are like maybe not decidable with currently available sources, which is a really annoying fact. So I'm just staying out of that particular. Okay, so zooming out. From these experiences, I took away these 4 thoughts about best practices. That what is actually happening is not something that you each round are putting onto the encyclopedia, but before that, going through a process that involves debugging, experimenting, improving, and then finally deploying to Wikipedia. And so your mileage may vary, but like this is my sense that like doing this work involves like internalizing some of the like be bold and then revert and then debate and then what, right? Like this is, it's close to an empty room. For some of these, for many of these processes. Even like ICE detention facilities, very little conversation, and that is maybe maximal public interest for any topic. So like XYZ Bolivian municipality is not going to go through it. You have to internalize that process and do really good work. That you should integrate Wikipedia principles into your edits, which means like don't produce things that don't have references, make them more accessible, figure out ways of sharing your data, and so on. That there needs to be ways to create open discussion for mass edits. This is the thing I'm maybe most struggling with. There is a bot policy which says seek community consensus, and like Wikipedia Project Bolivia has a open thing. I will open a new one for like producing the new 170 articles, but no responses so far, right? So like, what does community consensus look like is an important question. And then share your code in data objects, right? So you're gonna make, in this process, we now have a much better form for, is it this one? This is online. The data object between these should be online and not just the output that's there. And then that makes life a lot easier for future researchers, makes it possible to do a bunch of systematic organizing and things like that. And like, if you imagine sort of 4 things like this, the data object, this, and the Wikidata object, if you are a social scientist, you want that data object and not the Wikidata object to do systematic research on. I will die on this hill. Yes?
So I saw that for the list of immigration detention sites, so you shared your script in the discussion page.
Mm-hmm.
So did you consider instead like writing a data paper, putting it on Zenodo, and then cite yourself so that you have like more detailed information on the process and that it's more visible? Because
yeah,
I guess social scientists looking for this table won't look in the discussion page.
Yeah, so
I may look at the references.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I do think that sharing a clear data page is needed. In my it's an interesting question. I haven't used Zenodo to make like multi drafts of the same thing because in part like. The reason for sharing it is to see if you're going to tweak the thing, et cetera, before you have the like one where you're like, I want this for publication. But maybe that still is the right place to do it. For now, like research website is where I'm kind of keeping whatever the current version of the thing is. But I do feel like, yeah, I'm going to circle these are not my last takeaway points. So yeah, I think I have thoughts about that. Okay, so bigger picture, right? That was what I learned. This is what I'm hoping we can think about as more of a community. First off, that if we're going to do this, and I think this is the best way to make Wikipedia the current version of global knowledge rather than, I think it moves us along in our trajectory, that data projects are going to be at the center of a number of things, and then the pivot point for those becomes the script and not the page, right? And so each page has its own discussion. It's true that you should be watching or like create a way for like your data page to scrape anything new that comes out in any of the talk pages that's contributed to, and then have it show up on the data page, that's very doable. But every script ought to have a talk page, in my view. Or some way, like there's a new user carwell / this script, and then you go to the talk page of that. I don't know what the right form, that feels like the right interim form. Data sources have their own reliability, storage, import, and verification issues to be talked through. There probably should be some kind of standard template where you're like, this is where I got this data source. This is how we're allowed to use it. This is where you can download it now. I also think that every table ought to have a download as data button in the corner, which doesn't exist yet. That there are existing tools for collaborative open source coding, and we should feel comfortable with those, and like figuring out a way to like rapidly turn things into issues and then turn issues into solutions is part of that conversation. Okay, and that an adjunct to this process is that we're going to be creating these like better formatted data objects. Those should be shared, right? Rather than like be in, for the many, many graphs that I've made for Wikipedia, each of them has a file on my computer, right? Going forward, if I'm going to do this, I want those to have files out in the world that someone else can look at the data and pull it down for. And those should be indexed, accessible, and have rich metadata in the process, so it's easier for people to use them. Ideal form is multiple native formats. This is the deportation data website, which is amazing and has very, like, this is microdata, as in like 1 line per detainee. This stuff is amazing. It's not totally huge, and it's downloadable in 4 different formats and then viewable online. I want a place in the Wikimedia universe that is like this, but I'm willing to accept links outward for now. But I think ultimately, like, we want to ingest this public data into some place that is a permanent global repository. If we're using it, it should be citable forever, et cetera, all the things. And then, as it turned out, I used the immigration data as a springboard for learning how to do most of the data visualization and stuff I knew, but there's some like R plumbing that's going on here for creating this project. And honestly, this feels like this is technically OR, which is to say the distinction between these two data sets of the like deportation data project and the ICE data and the fact that they're under presenting stuff, this is OR, I want to publish it. But everything else that's on here is how I think Wikipedia should look, right? There should be really, really good interactive data graphics. And there should be really, really good manipulable, sortable, filterable tables like this one that look like they were made in the 2020s. That provide people with like a lot of clarity and let you find something and correspond with all that stuff. It has crossed my mind that it might be easier to port all of Wikipedia to Quarto and then integrate, right, than to produce really high quality wiki only versions of this, and I'm kind of not kidding. But that's a whole other like but like the idea that we might want to use a global platform that is also being developed for open data science for sharing R documents is not the R as in OUR is not the craziest idea. And we should be thinking about both of these stacks when we're being strategic, when we're making our strategies. So my exits are data projects rather than pages at the center. Sharing the world's knowledge means hosting fair data in multiple formats. And interactive data graphics should be integrated into Wikimedia projects, probably in a way that doesn't involve us making all of the code for them. Question and answer discussion. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's really, really, really impressive. And especially about the last point, that integrative graphs should be the part of Wikimedia projects. Are you aware about the Our World in Data project and its integration with Wikipedia?
Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah,
I missed this session. I'm gonna go watch that video.
Yeah. So if you, I'm not expertised in it enough to be responsible, but it's really impressive, and it's actually doing this thing that you described, using the database of other organization basically to pull in all the graphs, and it's done easily without any, if you are not into coding and spending that much effort, and producing less detailed graphs, or with less because this, like, especially on US, they're of course very US centric. But for example, if you look up right now page of freedom of press on English Wikipedia and look at the graph and see how it's interactive and you can click around and change, it's that, yeah, that's how Wikipedia should look right now.
Thanks so much for this, Carl. My name is Phoebe. I'm a librarian in my day job. I work for a university, and I actually do open data management in my day job. And so if you were presenting this at my university and presented all this, I would say to you immediately, like you said, use Zenodo, use these outside platforms for hosting that exist for open data infrastructure for exactly this problem, right? To say multiple versions, et cetera. Because we are Wikipedians, like, I think our instinct always has been to, like, have everything in-house. Our pictures in-house, our dictionary definitions in-house, our data infrastructure in-house. I think you're proposing hosting the FAIR data also in-house, and I'm just wondering if you can talk more about that, because I am going back and forth on, like, whether data should be a source, like an outside source that we refer to, or whether it's like an object that we would store ourselves, like on Commons, and what the pros and cons of that are. Thank you.
Other than my, do I still have this? Sorry. Other than my embarrassment about why am I hosting my stuff on GitHub, which there are reasons, but I do feel like having there are long-term data storage reasons, right? To say, like, anything that we know, any sort of repository that we know is going to be around for 100 years kind of feels parallel, right? Like, great, put your stuff over there, etc. On the other hand, I think that, like, Wikimedia has enough of an interest, and the hosting requirements might be low enough that, like, this might be a nice thing to also have under our umbrella. And so thinking about, like, what is the relationship between us and, say, Internet Archive and Zenodo on data hosting is actually a really interesting question. And maybe, like, what this also means is that, like, we enter a more repository library format where, like, in fact, every university decides that the global public data set is going to be, like, copied, mirrored into their library's website, right? Like, that's another model that would be extremely what's it called, durable, perhaps sustainable. And, like, I don't think that for a lot of these kinds of data, like, despite the RAM price spike, right? Like, it's just going to get cheaper over time to save that and have those things. But also, the indexableness feels like a Wikimedia world thing, right? Like, F is for findable, and then indexable is kind of a subset of that, of, like, how do you find the data on a given object? And, like, that is a place where I think Wikidata, as, like, the global repository of unique identifiers, is extremely important, so that, like, one should be able to go to Wikidata, not necessarily on the Wikidata item, but with some tool and say, what are all of the data objects that use this item as a row, right? Show me all of them. So that means some, like, pretty sophisticated indexing. There are, I think, some really good medium scale repositories. There's a thing called the International Home Survey Network. So it's like every, like, census or like systematic survey, and so they just either have their data locally if they can, or have them linked outwards, lots of metadata, lots of being able to find that. That kind of interim, like medium scale thing should probably be meta-indexed to Wikidata items. So you're like, if I want to know this, or if I want to cross this item and this topic, right? Like XYZ tiny municipality in this place and like adult literacy, what are the data sets that appear in the intersection of those two things? I don't know if the Wikidata graph infrastructure is the best way of doing that, but I think that it is the best place for having like what are all the numbers for those two coordinates they were using to find that intersection. Was that a decent pitch for why Wikimedia? Yeah. Yes. 1 and 2.
You showed the example of the municipalities in Bolivia.
Yeah.
And you showed it how well it was presented on the German Wikipedia. I imagine that this data was not scraped from anywhere by any kind of technical means, which I would think would be the better way to do it if we, really can make this automatically, because this guy probably did it by research and looking in books and doing it exactly, and that's how I create my lists and so on. But what happens if these people are not there anymore, and how do you keep it kept permanent? And then we see things like with your detention centers in the USA, and what data is it based on, and what happens if the governments and the in that nation start to pull data out of the internet because they don't want to have it published.
Yep.
It's kind of like so you need news sources, and that's where, in my opinion, also Wikidata comes in, because this is more or less a more permanent repository, and we have to find ways to scrape the information from all kinds of data sources, but then put it into a central repository, which would be like, for instance, Wikidata, and then we can always rely on the same database. Something like this is done in Germany at the moment. I mean, I'm more in the art history part,
Mm-hmm.
and when it comes to provenance, there are lots of projects by different institutions in Sweden, in Germany, and even different places in Germany, and they're usually funded for 2 or 3 years, and they make a nice little quick database and thing, and when the funding is done, the data is lost.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like the problem that we have. First of all, we have to scrape a lot of data, and then we have to try to keep it permanent. And that's what the problem I would be thinking we should think about more.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so this is a case where I feel like I've made a really complicated script for this, and what I want is for anyone else in the Wiki project or some broader community of maintainers to be able to be like, okay, it's 2027, where's the new data set? How do I add this to this thing? So it doesn't just fall onto me to be here next year and to be here the year after and so on. And so having like a clear place where that code is either linked to or and like they're quasi-permanent places for this right now. I do feel like the ability to make lots of pages depends on having a tabular item, like a single data object that then you're, like in other words, if next year they stopped producing this, then what I want is for there to be some research institution that then creates a data object that we produce. And I think that would be exceptionally likely to continue, right? Like for all I know, I might be part of that for this particular topic. At the moment, we have a lot of transparency. Even when we don't have official transparency, things leak, right? Like the government has a spreadsheet for this. That's not going to stop being true. And so someone will email it to us. If like at the moment, like what's happening, just the moment, like, that list of that deportation data is extremely detailed and is being turned over by court order every few months. So I can tell you how many people were in each of those places and show you a graph of it on a given day. And so, but it might change, right? Like, there are other more hostile institutions, but like making the data object remains there. And like many of the things we're talking about here are like, how do you like make data objects persist? So, yes. You're next on queue, for sure.
I think I really like your broader ideas about where what it should look like going forward with data, using data for Wikimedia projects. But more specifically on the list of immigration detention sites article, if you look at the table and the status column, there are, for whether it's in use or not, every single one says in use. Do you know if there's data for previous years so that we can know?
Yes. Yes, and I have it. So the current version of that is the 2026 slice. If you saw those other visualizations, they have data for like, let me switch out of this. Actually, not. If you saw those things, they actually had a like open and closed checked box. So what I haven't redone is an export of, and I'm thinking about like what is the best format to do that. And so one temptation is to do a second table that's like former sites, and a thing that is on the data visualization, is not on the wiki table yet, is a list of years that they're in use. And so one version is to have, like this is, we get into like, what is too long of a page and all this kind of, like there are some editorial questions that are boring Wikipedia but important for things that are like, okay, so we'll have that list and then we'll have all the lists that are current and then we'll have all the contemporary ones, or we have a sort where like every presidential administration, more or less every 4 years, we have blocks of archival things because it's a very long list as it is. But yes, like those are all producible as data objects, and it's way easier to produce those once you've built the first one than it is to and you have the back data object, than it is to like get over the hill to making the first one.
There's an online question. I'm not sure I can understand it, but I will read the first part.
Super.
Any practical learning for me to be editing this type of words in my original language to make Wikipedia better to understanding of other countries? Honestly, the rest of it, I'm not sure I can make sense of it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if the question is internationalization, a thing that I've been playing with this week is, okay, so I made an info box and municipality information in English, which is my native language. I also made a Spanish version, and there's a bunch of like internationalizations as library. Like I won't rant about that. Like I have strong feelings about like what is the right process for that and how do you produce the thing. My suspicion is that this kind of data environment might be the best place for doing that internationalization. And so if you can create a data object and have just that little like text output template to write your new text output template or your new info box template in a new language is one option. To have like a systematic like word list for info boxes might be a second option, and there are good programming ways to do both. We have 5 minutes, is that true? Okay.
12:30 is when we're done, right?
What?
12:30 is when we're done?
Yeah, but everything ends 5 minutes before. Yeah. Did you? Yeah.
Can you tell us again what was the tool you mentioned for dynamic data display?
Oh,
like you said, we should migrate all Wikipedia.
Oh yeah. So, like I was like, the dynamic part is like inside. Yeah, I would love to migrate everything onto Quarto. So it's called Quarto. So it's a Markdown language and a rendering. So like, let me make my It's half facetious and half like I actually think it might be easier. There in the data science world, there's people use Markdown to frame their notebooks. And so there was a thing called R Markdown that was like for just embedding R code inside of a thing. And so then it can run, it is like all the documents that are on my data science web page are in either Quarto or R Markdown. They're mutually compatible, and they let you put code in a thing, they let you put graphics in a thing. They've realized that they're a part of a scholarly publishing infrastructure. So there are, I think, journals that are now published using Quarto as their management software, right? It integrates with Zotero/BibTeX. It integrates with every kind of like mathematical symbol. It will publish, and it has a publish to options, which are like HTML, PDF, book, LaTeX, right? There's increasingly that world is also held together by a thing called Pandoc. So you can export that as a Word document. You can export it whatever. So it is like, and all those are open source tools of one kind or another. And I think that like it's a really interesting platform for scholarly publication. It also then can host, because it hosts R and Python, can also host HTML objects created by R and Python that you have to figure out a complex way to render as book, right, for those things. And so that interactive table is what's it called? React table object, so originally written in JavaScript, but wrapped for Python and for R. The interactive map is a leaflet object, originally written in JavaScript, but then wrapped for R and Python. So yeah, like it's a really good system for thinking through things. When I think about how do I want to present Wikipedia articles to my students, I am tempted to create, haven't done it yet, a like Wikitext to Quarto converter, just so I can have like the references appear in the right column and like do a bunch of like typography things that Wikipedia doesn't do. And it's just quite good for that stuff. And I think that like it's worth at least playing with the question of, is it easier to share a publishing infrastructure than it is to continue rolling our own? And obviously it's a giant ship that we're all in. But I think like experimenting with this is one world. So if I had to give a like extremely speculative lightning talk, that might be what it would be.
All right, so we have 1 minute. So if anyone wants to make a final quick question, otherwise, let's thank the speaker. Thank you, Carlos.
This has been super fun. I would actually, if there's any setting where you want me to teach how to do this stuff in R, call me up, reach out to me, because I really want people to do these things. Cheers.
Thank you. So now we are going to have lightning talks in this session in 5 minutes. So thank you all, and see you in a bit if you remain here.
I'm going to read my speech because English is not my mother language, and also I'm pregnant, so I'm losing some words, so it's better for me to keep here on my notes. Okay, so you may have heard about capacity exchange, the CAPEX, or perhaps this is your first time hearing about it. Either way, scan the QR code to visit capex.toolforge.org and log in using your Wikimedia Unified account. Before I introduce the platform itself, it's worth sharing a little bit about the story behind this project. So the Capacity Exchange project was born from a dream to address one of the largest missing pieces in the Wikimedia movement's toolbox, the peer support. Back in 2016, in the corridors of the Wikimedia movement strategy discussions, a group of Wikimedians from different backgrounds dreamed of creating a centrally designed platform that could serve as a space where people could connect and make use of the collaborative and volunteer spirit that lies at the heart of the Wikimedia movement. At that time, it seemed distant, but not impossible. After all, nothing is impossible for Wikimedians. And it proved to be accurate. We now have a fully functional, polished, and community-driven platform that enables Wikimedians worldwide to publish information about themselves and their affiliates, conduct searches, and connect directly with one another. But what is CAPEX after all? CAPEX is an accessible, beautifully designed, multi-language, and user-friendly social technical solution to look for and connect to your peer Wikimedians who are willing to share skills, abilities, or services. Here you can see some of CAPEX's main features. Logging with your Wikimedia account through OAuth, using the platform in your preferred language, creating a profile to share your Wikimedia experience, showcasing your Wikimedia organization, and most importantly, finding and exploring people who are willing to share their knowledge based on language, region, affiliate, or area of expertise. Once you find someone you'd like to connect with, simply send them a message through the secure MetaWiki messaging system and let the connection begin. After a 3-year development cycle, under Wikimedia Brazil coordination, we now have a functional and rich platform. Our greatest challenge is to increase its visibility and ensure that it reaches the many communities, affiliates, and contributors across the Wikimedia movement. And that's where you and your local community comes in. If you would like us to introduce CAPEX to your community, please reach out to us by email or through our Telegram group. We will be happy to support your community in getting started. The story of CAPEX is only beginning. Building a platform capable of facilitating meaningful connections was the first step. We believe the future of the project is bright and that it will continue to benefit people throughout the Wikimedia movement for years to come. But we need you to use it and make the most of what it has to offer. Throughout this project history, we had the opportunity to meet many remarkable people from across the Wikimedia movement. These interactions reinforced our belief that the platform like CAPEX can make it easier to connect the thousands of Wikimedians working in every corner of the world. Here are some of our supporters who have representatives on our advisory committee. Your community can be in this list too. We would love to have your input. It's also worth sharing that we currently have 1,500 users and 52 organization profiles. So join us, create your user profile, and start connecting with your peers on CAPEX. The individual QR code available on each user profile is also a great alternative to sharing usernames on private algorithm-driven platforms when meeting people at conferences and other Wikimedia gatherings, as here in Wikimania. CAPEX was built by and for the Wikimedia movement. Explore it, use it, and let us know how we can continue improving it to better serve your community's needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, then the second presentation is about humanities. Down here comes Wiki Gender Stats, and it will be Dania who will present. Unfortunately, Natasha is a bit sick. Okay. So again, 5 minutes. Here's the crowd.
Thank you. Thank you. I brought my emotional support.
I will do.
Well, okay. So I'm here to present on behalf of Les 100 Pages. I get some echo. A new tool to measure the gender gap on Wikipedia and other wikis. Can you click? Thank you. So why do we need a tool first? Because, well, first we have to prove that it actually exists, the gender gap actually exists. We all know that there is one, but it's better to be able to measure it with tools. We also want to track its evolution because, well, how do we know that we have an impact on the gender gap if we can't measure it? And we need to know where to focus our efforts to be more, how do we say? Accurate, to be more, to have a better efficacy. Historically, there were a few tools that did that. The first one was the, I don't remember the name of the acronym, was an index to measure the gender gap specifically on Wikipedia. So we have some overview of what it looked like. Then around 2017, tools dedicated to the occupation gender gap, which was named Demilaz, was created. And finally, in 2021, the first tool was replaced by Humaniki, which you may have used, maybe, some of you, which showed the gender gap for countries, wiki languages, and not occupations, sadly. You can click. But last year, Humaniki stopped being updated and nonetheless went offline. So we're kind of left without any tools. From this, we decided at Les 100 Pages to create a brand new tool, which we called Wiki Gender Stats. No, wrong direction. Once again, okay. Here we are. So, we combined both Humaniki and Demilaz, which had a temporarily updated version, but only on the French Wikipedia. And we created this new tool, which I'm going to present right now. And I invite you to go take a look at yourself. So you can scan this QR code. It will bring you to the website. I have put some screen captures here in case it crashes. I already presented the tool earlier this year during the Wikimania Summit. And the tool managed to stay online when several tens of people connected to it. So what does it do? You can see here there are a lot of graphs everywhere. The first one, you can see the gender gap on the various Wikipedias. You can select the project. Right now there is Wikipedia, Wikisource, and Wikiquotes in all their available languages. You can select the date. There is a capture of data every month, once a month. So we can track the evolution of the gender gap throughout time. You can also see the gender gap by profession right here, with a similar kind of graph, and the evolution of the gender gap through years, the birth years of every person on Wikidata. And the one I'm most proud of is the gender gap depending on the citizenship of the people present in the wikis. For the colors, the yellow is women, the red is men, and there is purple for all other genders, queer identities, but as you can see, there's almost none, so there's a bit of work here. So how does it work? Every month, all the human elements on Wikidata, which have at least one known gender, are all gathered on on the tools database. Then all those statistics are pre-computed for each of the criterion, so date of birth, occupation, wiki language, and citizenship, and are accessible on the website. Soon there will be a page where you will be able to make your own queries on the database. So you will be able to cross-reference the different criterion. For instance, if you want to know what's the gender gap for, I don't know, the people born between 1600 and 1700 in medieval France, and who were, I don't know, tailors, you will be able to do that to have more specific answers to your needs and to know where work is needed. Has it crashed yet? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's time to switch between the slides. So, well, actually, I forgot the run of show, but amazing article notation by C. Scott. Do you want the clicker? Do you want the mic?
I do need a mic.
I can do the clicker for you.
Yes. Take that one. That one seems to work too. Hello, and where should I stand where I'm not in front of it, the screen for everyone? Everyone can see? Great. Okay. Let's go. I'm Scott Ananian. I'm user C-Scott on the projects, and I'd like to talk to you briefly about the work I'm doing on annotations of MediaWiki content. Go ahead, next slide. There you go. So what do I mean when I say annotations? Well, this is what typical markup looks like on the Wikimania pages and any translatable pages on multilingual projects. None of those highlighted clauses are content. They're anchors and markers trying to squeeze in some more information into the article that we've decided doesn't belong there immediately in line. In this case, translations into dozens of languages. Clearly, if you opened the article and you saw that paragraph in 25 languages before you got to paragraph 2, that's not workable. This isn't really workable either. We're frantically trying to minimize what we put there, but it leads to very fragile and difficult to understand markup. Next slide. But there's actually lots of different types of annotations in our projects. In addition to translation regions, we do inline discussions with HTML syntax comments. We have various forms of citation and attempts to mark what regions those citations correspond to, or support rather. For wikis with multi-script content, we have markup to indicate how a particular word is transliterated into the various scripts that it has, and Wikisource uses different types of annotations. We have lots of maintenance tags, which are again trying to sort of put some process information in line in the article in hopefully a way which is non-disruptive to editors, but sometimes is, sometimes isn't. But in addition, there's lots of other things that we'd like to do that have been stopped by the requirement of putting that information in the article somewhere. The biggest example probably is Wikispeech, who comes to Wikimania sort of every year. So far, I think editors have resisted putting pronunciations for hard-to-pronounce words in line in the articles on the grounds that it makes the articles harder to read, which is reasonable, but it prevents us from adding information to our projects which people are enthusiastic about editing. Next slide. So let's pivot for a moment. We have a problem on Wikipedia. You'll hear from lots of talks about the difficulties people have editing our content, especially on mobile. And certainly seeing a page full of placeholder markup or weird annotations or even pronunciations doesn't help the issue. Next slide. A number of teams at the foundation are working on what we call structured editing initiatives to provide actionable ways to contribute, as illustrated here, prompts to specifically fix an issue to sort of get you over the blank page problem and get started. Next slide. So these are two tools right now. Edit Check, which works as you type, sort of suggests things that maybe you could improve, and Suggestion Mode, which is more proactive, says, hey, there's this article over here, maybe you want to make an improvement to it, right? This article is missing some citations, or there's some other issue which you can fix. Next slide. So there's some issues with the current implementation of edit checks. The primary one is it's tied tightly to Visual Editor and Visual Editor's internal data model. It applies only to the latest revision, so all those suggestions sort of go away once your editing suggestion ends, and it's hard to use them outside Visual Editor. Next slide. So the proposal is to build an annotation service to fix these problems with the edit check. Next slide. And more than that, to provide a general annotation service that we can use to sort of unblock all these other things that people want to do on the platform. Fix translate, maybe allow Wikispeech to add their annotations, things like that. Next slide. So we're getting, I don't have a lot of time. This is the basic principles of the annotation service. Annotations are anchored to a Wikitext range in a specific revision. They can get ported to more recent revisions or backwards to previous revisions. It's stable, it's explicitly migrated like it is for translate. When the text changes, the annotation may or may not apply, so there's a process to reassociate them. And it's mapped to HTML using Parsoid. So for people who are working with the HTML format on the page, including sort of readers on ReadView or mobile, you can map back and forth to the wiki text. And it's transparent, so there's no clutter in the actual markup itself. Next slide. So the initial implementation is a data structure, some serialization with W3C standard formatting, some APIs, basic migrations on Parsoid. But the other thing is, hopefully this is extensible. So for you and your projects, if you've got a payload that would be useful for this, hopefully we can talk about adding that. Concretely, next slide, sorry. Right now we're using for edit checks and suggestions. You'll see that towards the end of this year, early next year. Some of it's already in Visual Editor. We're hoping to use it for translate and sort of reader highlights next, and the future after that is up to you all. Next slide. And in my 10 seconds left, I'm going to wish you all happy Brooke Viver Day. Yay! It's normally June 1st. I'm a little late, but I wanted to recognize her 26 years with the project. So clap for Brooke Viver. Yay!
Thank you, Scott. Okay, then moving on to the next one. So the next presentation is towards easier and efficient protection against abuse bots, column reaction by POM.
Thank you. See the flash?
See the flash.
Okay. Okay, so hi, I'm here to present you Reaction, which is a software made to help protect against abusive bots, notably AI bots that comes in big waves on websites and hammer them and and block the traffic. So if you know about this topic and you're a system administrator, you may know about Fail2Ban. Fail2Ban is an old software that's really used. It's packaged everywhere. It has lots of online resources. It's 25 years old, and it's really heavy on CPU and RAM, and it has a cumbersome configuration that has really bad documentation upstream. So I was first looking for alternatives, but most of them are heavy software designed for big infrastructures, or they are centralized. They work on a centralized database like CrowdSec, or they are very specific to one firewall, specific to one type of website, for example. So when I started Reaction, I tried. My goal was to target small to medium infrastructures. So it's not for Wikimedia scale, but it can be for independent for smaller projects that depend on Wikimedia. The configuration was meant to be flexible, to start on a blank page, meaning there are no big defaults in the configuration. You start with your own configuration, and it was made to be concise and possible to write in one file. So I also wanted good performance, and for all those first goals, I can say that it's a success, and I'm currently working on my last goal, more on that later. So Reaction reads the logs of the website, all the events that happen on a website. So it just launches a command that will follow the logs. Then we can do some regex or JSON parsing on those event streams, and we have support for both IPv4 and IPv6 with optional grouping on the sider, and then we will launch command as reactions to those events. So when we see that, for example, one bot is looking at a lot of pages at the same time, we can launch an action to block these bots and such. And also it has a good online doc, which is an important feature to me. So here's a minimal configuration example, but I think I will just pass it because it's too it may be too technical. Yeah, we just have a command to follow the logs of a service. We have regexes to extract the IP from the bots in those events. And after a configured retries and period in which we are looking for IPs, we will launch a launch command to block and unblock those bots. Okay, so the core of Reaction is mainly done. According to me, it's quite feature complete, and I'm working on a plugin system that can make Reaction more complete and more performant. Yeah, so that it can do a lot more things. So I've already worked on firewall plugins to make Reaction faster, and I'm working on an HTTP middleware to block IPs so that if someone is blocked by error, the person will see a nice error message in the web page instead of just seeing nothing and the website don't load anymore. And I'm working on a peer-to-peer cluster so that multiple instances of Reaction protecting multiple different websites can work together and share their bad bot so they can block IPs that were blocked from other instances. Okay, so it's packaged in a lot of Linux distributions, and it's thanks. And it has a deb file for Debian-based distribution. And okay, thank you. If you have any question, you can contact me on one of those protocols. And thanks for listening.
Thank you. Okay, so the last presentation will be by Luis, who is here. Just reading the titles that everyone will know. It's probably already shown, so yes. Tanzania.
Okay, my name is Luis Fernandez and I'm presenting Taxania, which is a geoguessing game. It's like GeoGuessr but in a small phone. It's a mobile commercial app, it's for profit. Yes, it has ads and a premium version, but it's in Basque. It's a minority language, so it's kind of anti-commercial at the same time. It has 10,000 daily users in a total Basque speaker population of 800,000 people. That's 10% of Paris population. Let's GeoGuess. How do you play? We show 2 places, each illustrated by several photos. You can I get 30 seconds extra, thank you. You can place them in a map. It's an OpenStreetMap in Basque cartography all over the world. And you get points for guessing, proximity, and time. Faster, more points. So you have rankings, groups, sharing, and it's every day it's different for everyone. It's not like a Wordle or Anthropium of MapTap. If you know that everyone gets the same challenge every day, every player gets different challenges. It's done by a not mobile game company, but by a Python company. We work with Python and Plone and things like that. So the relationship with Wikimania Commons, the 2 places to get every day, one the Basque Country and the other one rest of the world, are illustrated with free content, which is, of course, Wikimedia Commons. And when you get the results, the page will show you the author, the license, and the link to Commons to get all the information of that particular picture. But we also are generating user-generated content. Players can upload from a certain point, a point of interest, where they are placed. Not gallery, only live from a certain point, and you have to fill four pictures. Okay. In order to get to that, you have to go through several permission systems. It's well controlled. You have to allow a precise geolocation. If you don't want, okay, you don't provide places. And also, there are explicit terms and conditions of you have to check, and they say that they mention the CCBA SL license, and also it's mentioned this will go to Wikipedia. Thank you very much. And people checks. Then we process the uploads. It's not AI or anything automated, but human checking. We determine two things: is it okay for Wikimedia Commons, and is it okay for the game? These are different questions, but related. The players get a little satisfaction. They get a list of places they have uploaded. If rejected, they get the reason why it has been rejected. And if approved, they get stats of how many people have seen that place, and also the medium distance and fastness of all the players. And Wikimedia Commons gets a little satisfaction too, because we are uploading the pictures. And we created a Commons bot, ask for permissions, and if user upload is deemed okay for Wikimedia, a public URL is created, and 4 pictures are uploaded with each place. So far, since January, 3,500 photos have been uploaded in the Basque Country and the whole of the world. Half of those pictures are in the Basque Country. They are concentrated there. And that is the rest of the world. The rest of the world for the Basques is very concentrated, as you see. But, okay. Next. If you scale, if we do internationalization, it can be Taxania France, it can be Taxania Camry, it can be Taxania Gujarat, Taxania Quebec. We are open for partnerships. What's the motivation for a possible taxonomy in another context? Well, a big taxonomy can have revenue sharing, and a little taxonomy, Taxonomy Camry, for instance, for Wales, can have language advocacy. And local commons content, it's a shared motivation. So, if anyone interested, it can be managed a taxonomy by a person even, we think. The workload can be from little to very much. And we are getting some revenue with 15,000 monthly users. And we have also premium things. And that's all. If you are interested in contacting, take a picture. No QR code, I am allergic. And that's it.
Thank you very much. So it was the last presentation for the Lightning Talk Showcase for Technology. Many thanks everyone for attending. I'd like to thank also Valdir, who was the room manager, who helped for the previous sessions. Okay, you're free to stay here, but lunch is served. So pick a team and see you later. Thank you.
The room manager in the afternoon also? No. Okay. Because I am supposed to volunteer.
of them is actually super fast. I was really
Okay, welcome everyone. We are starting the afternoon sessions in this room with the session Making Indigenous Languages Ready for Wiki Functions by Diane Shitobu. So, the stage is yours.
Yeah. I think my voice is man enough. All right, I don't know if Stanley here is okay. Hi everyone, thank you so much for coming. Hi, thank you so much for coming. I'm really happy seeing all of you here, and it's going to be an interactive session and also a hands-on session. Feel free to ask questions as and when you want to. Yeah, we have a lot of languages. In Africa alone, we have over 2,000 languages. Globally, we have over 7,000 languages. When you look at the English Wikipedia at the moment, we have millions of articles. Go to the Dutch Wikipedia, another language Wikipedia, and you find different number of articles. Now the question is, with this current gap that exists between human editing or contributing to content on Wikipedia, when are we going to close this gap? Even if we are given the next 50 years, chances are that we might not be able to close this gap, right? So there's a need for us to come up with a much better solution that can solve this challenge for us. And thanks to Wikifunctions. So today we're basically going to be looking at how to make your language ready for Wikifunctions. Now Wikifunctions is one of the newest projects in the ecosystem. We have all used functions in our daily life. If for nothing at all, you have added a number to another number. That simple logic of adding two numbers to give you a result is itself a function. Now, how about if we take this into languages, combining two or more words to make a complete thought, to give you a sentence? That is in itself a function. How about if we automate this process and now write these functions so that we are able to translate this concept into producing sentences that never existed before? Making sentences that we use in our daily life and converting or translating sentences from one language into another language. How do you make your language ready for wiki functions? Wiki functions is the bedrock for abstract Wikipedia. But then there's still more in the foundation that we need to do. For you to be able to do that, currently you need to contribute to Wikidata lexemes. I'm sure a lot of languages have started contributing to Wikidata lexemes. Yeah, thank you to all those who have started. And a lot of great tools are already being built using these lexemes that we have created. Just to mention, currently we have the Dagbani dictionary that is built purely on the Wikidata lexemes that are created. Again, also for you to get your language ready for abstract Wikipedia or for wiki functions, you need to translate these 100 most used Wikidata properties. Why is this relevant? This is relevant because as Wikidata expands, most Wikipedia platforms are powered by Wikidata-powered info boxes. Now imagine having an article on the Dagbani Wikipedia or on another language Wikipedia, then the info box still shows in a foreign language. So it's very useful that we translate the 100 most used Wikidata properties. And when we get to the hands-on session, we'll get to show you the 100 most used Wikidata properties. Again, also, for you to also get your language ready, you can create what we call Dagbani your language fragment. So we created a sample here, user :/Dagbani fragments. When we get to this page, you get to see the fragments we have created. And once you've created this, other experts who are very good with JavaScript and Python can be able to now translate these fragments or these basic units of language conversions into functions that we can now use to get your language automated. Again, also, I think at this point we just go straight to wiki functions. So if you have your laptop powered on, let's head straight. So, Hagyu. So to help me do this presentation, Hagyu would also help with the demo. Okay, we are switching over.
I need to look why I don't see my full screen. Do you know why I don't see it?
I don't know. So we can type Wikidata, wikifunctions.org.
I need to look if I'm here on a second.
His screen is not showing. Is that a technical problem?
Oh, it's there.
Okay.
Okay, that's then on the other screen, yeah, but it works. I can still navigate through this. Yes, so thank you.
Is it possible you can make the screen duplicate so that he sees it on his screen as well?
Yes, I hope.
At the moment, is
same screen?
Yeah, same screen. He's not able to see what he's typing there. Yeah.
I cannot. What is this? Did it say something there?
Can we connect with this?
What does that mean? I need to log in, and now there was an error with logging in. I need to try it again, I hope. It work. No.
Maybe there's a space before the...
Yes, that's right. It can happen that my username is... Yes, that was the problem. There have been spaces before my username. Good, now I can log in.
Okay.
Okay, so now I hope soon the browser will show up, because I don't know why I don't see it. Hello. Yes. Now it shows up good, and then yes. But now there's another. But yes.
You can make it duplicate screen. Yeah, that's what I was trying to see. It's a bit slow. Yeah. Or maybe connect with this computer. It's the browser, right? You can use that one.
Yes, if it works, then I can use this one.
Is the link on the session?
No, we are just doing demo, so it's.
Oh, it's just okay. So
So
can you switch to this one?
Meantime, I'll try to make this. Some of these technical challenges happen. You can continue.
Yes, so now we will go to Wiki Functions and then show you there a bit the overview about the natural language functions, what exists so far, and then also the fragments at the subpage of the user page of Dinshitobu, because these fragments are useful to demonstrate with how a function needs to look like. Yeah, it's an so yeah, okay, and then
All right.
can you please go to your user page? Oh. Yeah.
This is totally different keyboard. All right.
Yeah. Now we are at the page, and here at this page you can see different fragments what explain what are examples for some sort of short sentences. And here you can see, for example, here it's a lion is an animal. So then you can here see what are the variable parts of this sentence if you want to automate it. In this case, as English is a simple language, also like Bunny in this case, only the inputs lion and animal are variable, but there are then also other. Okay, I need to lower the mic, and so then there are also other cases where it's more complicated, but that's a first step if you want to get started with Wiki Functions. Is before at least that's my suggestion, before you start with a function, to think about what will the function represent, and for this such fragments can help. And so you can now do it for your own language and create a subpage of your language, and then think about some example sentence. You can say some of these example sentences listed here and translate it into your language, and then you can think about how would you express these sentences in the language you can speak. Yeah, that's now a first step, and there you now have some time to do it. And then I can show you existing functions. There's, I think in the presentation before there was one slide with a link to the function catalog, and I can later show you the existing function. Then you can look if it's possible to implement this function easily through copying an existing function, or yeah. That's then the next step. But now first we start with writing down some fragments for your language.
All right, so just to take us through the interface, I'm sure some of us are visiting this page for the first time. And once you are here, it looks just exactly like any wiki page, right? So here you have the welcome page, you have the welcome message telling you what wiki function is, what function is. And this 7-minute video by Danny is very useful. If you watch it, it gives you in summary what wiki functions is about. You can run a function, you can go to the project chart to begin reading what has already been said around this particular project. You can also go to the community portal. If you feel you need a particular function to test something, you can come to suggest a function, and then you can look at the catalog of available functions. And this is where we are going to stem our discussions from now. At the left-hand side, if you click on this, you are going to still find a function catalog, where you find a list of all functions that are currently created. So here we have different functions which are grouped based on their themes. We have logic operators, we have Boolean operations, and all of that. But for the purpose of today's presentation, we are going to be looking at natural language. Here. So we click on natural language. So if you are following us with your laptop, kindly click on this. And here you would find a list of different languages, individual language. If your language is not here, feel free, we can add it. You can also add it at your end. But because of this session, just to prevent edit conflicts, we might not want you to add it now, but you can just make a request and we can add it for you later. So if you want to create or look at some functions that already exist in your language, then you can look for your language. For example, I want to start with Dagbani, the language I speak. And unfortunately, these are the few languages that, few functions that I created currently. Now we have all of these things. Now, if you look at this particular configuration, what it's telling you is anywhere you find this star, it means that there's currently no Dagbani localization for that particular function. So if you have opened your own function, your own language functions also, if you find these red stars, it means there are no localizations. If you find these green check boxes, it means there are current localizations for your language. Then also we have languages. Here the count you find here represents the number of languages that have localized that particular function, right? So we just want to start with maybe one particular function and see how the functions looks like. So we have a function here which is display Gregorian date in Dagbani. This is an example of a function. Now the way dates are written in the Gregorian calendar is not the same way we write it in Dagbani, and perhaps not the same way you write it in your language. So instead of continuously going through maybe 1,000, 2,000, or 1 million articles on your Wikipedia to keep changing this manual, why don't you invoke a function that can just do this, right? So here, if I enter, I'm just going to demo this. So if I enter like 2nd March, okay, let me use May, since May will be, it's easy to spell. Yeah.
But here it has not entered.
Okay, 2nd May. This keyboard is way different from what I have. So if I run this function, then I get the output exactly like the way it should be in Dagbani, right? So why is this even useful? Now, Dagbani was the first language that Wikifunctions was implemented in. So assuming you go to the Dagbani Wikipedia,
So here, if I search for a random article like Haruna Idrisu is a member of parliament. And then in here, we spoke about the need to translate the Wikidata properties. You see, this particular info box is Wikidata powered. So if the information here is updated on Wikidata, we don't have to do that manually here. It automatically updates, which is very useful. Now imagine if we had not translated the 100 most used Wikidata properties, all of these things would still be appearing in English or in a foreign language, which means there's no localization. So that's why we say that before you get ready for wiki functions, make sure you translate the 100 most used Wikidata properties. Now, assuming we are not going to do any we are not going to publish, but I just want to demo something because we are not logged in. Okay. So, because this was implemented here, once I go to the edit source or to the edit mode, I can be able to see exactly where functions are used, right? Now, if you want to implement this, assuming we wanted to add or do a conversion here, maybe this particular date, I want to add a function here. Then I come to insert, go down, then I find a function button, right? And then I can click on this. And here you can search for the function that you want. But you cannot actually just go about using functions if they are not localized in your language, right? So we'll go back to wiki functions, and then we'll begin localizing some of the existing functions in our language, and then we can begin to use them. So Huggy, over to you. Let's go to wiki functions, and then we look at how to localize functions.
Okay, so now with the... Okay, so and show how to translate. Or
yes, how to translate.
Okay, yeah, that's something I can show. So then we can now go to a function. We can go to a Dagbani function. Then I can show it you with German, as I can speak German. Then I can show you how to translate this Dagbani function. Oh, yeah, I forgot to use the mic. So yeah, then I can show you how to translate this Dagbani function for displaying the Gregorian date into German. So if you now look at such a function, you can see here in which functions currently labels for this function are available. At the moment, there is an implementation for English and Italian. And so if I now want to... Yes. So and now if you want to go to another one, want to edit it, then we now need to look if it does work without being logged in. It seems like not. Well, seems like it's not possible to edit without being logged in.
Yes, so we need to log in.
So I can try, but I'm not sure if it will work. We can see. Okay, it's not risk this.
Okay, there's already a user. Let's try with that account to see if it works.
Yes, but we should not edit on someone else's account.
We will not publish, so...
Yeah, okay, if you don't publish, that's no problem.
We just demo, but we will not publish because this is not our account.
Yeah.
We wouldn't publish, we only demo.
Yeah, so then you can hear. So then look if I can find German here. Then I can add the language. And then now if I click on edit, then I can now here click on German label. So it's in this.
So English display Gregorian date in Dagbani. Yeah. So here at the label section, you write the label in your language. In the short description, you have the English version, then you translate that into your language as well. So if you are on your computer, you can also feel free go to the catalog of functions, natural language, and begin and just get one function that you want to localize.
Yeah, and so you can here do this for the label, and then there is a short description what tells with what does the function do. You can enter here aliases, so these are alternative names. So sometimes you can name a function in different names. That can be done here, and then what's also important is the input. So in this case there's only one input for this function, but sometimes there are also several, and so here you can then also edit the labels for these inputs. And then if you have done this, then you can publish. But now, as I am not this user, I will click cancel as it's not my user account. Yeah, and so this way you can then here edit the wiki functions and localize them into your language. And so far there you need to pay attention to, as there are length limits, and that makes it sometimes difficult to find names what are easy to use. So that's a bit a challenge here in wiki functions, and so it can be that also if you localize it, that then people will not find your function as they would search for it after another name. And so I'm so far not sure what's the best solution, how to name it. There are so far not so strict rules in wiki function as far as I know regarding the naming, so yeah. But that's something you need to keep in mind, that also if you have added a description, it can happen that people will not find it.
All right, so before we go about creating a function, let's look at the features of a function. If you look at this function that we are looking at, what you see here is the title of the function, right? Display Gregorian date in Dagbani. Now, just like on Wikidata, every item is given a unique ID. On wiki functions also, every function is given a unique ID. On Wikidata, it begins with a Q. On wiki function, it begins with a Z. Then you have the page, you have the discussion page, just like in any other wiki. There's always a talk page and there's always the article page. So the page here shows you the function itself, then you can raise a discussion here. Then we have the try a function where we have enter input. Now the input here, there's always going to be something like an example faded out in the text input field like this to tell you what input is expected. Then someone would also be wondering, implementation, what is that? Before we talk about implementation, let's talk about test. Now, if you create a function, there's a need for you to test it, right? If you're creating a machine, there's a need to test it before you even release it out. So before we create implementation, we need to create test. And when the test runs well and works well, usually the tests are created in either JavaScript or in Python. And if it works well, then it can be implemented here. So we could open this on a new tab to see what it looks like. So this is a test function. Now, this current test function was tested with this, and the result is valid, right? So once the result is valid, then an implementation can be created. We really don't want to go into creation of functions, because what we are talking about now is a foundational presentation for Mahir's presentation, where we'll now use these functions to create articles or sentences, and then tomorrow we will now go into abstract Wikipedia, where we now combine the lexemes on Wikidata as well as the functions to create abstract articles. So we wouldn't get to that point because this is a foundational session just to give you an overview of what functions is about. Any questions up to this point before we continue? Hi, Amir.
So, would you want to use the mic? Yeah. Thank you.
So, you've shown an article in which this function is used, Haruna something, and there was, I guess it's a birth date, right? So what is the advantage of using a function to display the date over simply writing it in Dagbani?
So if it is written in Dagbani, at any point in time, we need to manually update it, right? Sorry. Yeah, but if it is written in a function, once the date of birth changes, then automatically change. So more often, I would prefer calling the date of birth from Wikidata, so that when it updates on Wikidata, then automatically it gets updated on the Dagbani Wikipedia. I just use that as an example because that was quite easier to show. I don't know if this answers your question, or you might have some rebuttals.
The dates of birth don't change very often. But
Yeah.
no.
So generally people just write them in the Gregorian form on Dagbani Wikipedia, which we feel is not right. So instead of keeping it in the Gregorian form, we want to localize it in Dagbani.
Yeah, just have a comment on what Amir said. Is for birthdays, definitely that's not useful because normally birthdays should not be changed once you know them from a specific source. But there are types of information where the date could change. For example, I don't know or maybe not the date, but for, let's say one example I had in Moroccan Arabic is there was a series where so a series where the number of episodes would of course change because it was still ongoing, and then I basically implemented a small Wikidata, a small template that would basically get the number of episodes from Wikidata, so I don't have to each time go and update it. So I think there could be examples like that where it gets. I mean, this is a number. It's a number. It's simple. But there could be other cases where it's something a bit more complicated and you need a function to transform whatever is in Wikidata into a text, I suppose.
Thank you for the input.
Yeah, I still couldn't get that because for this simple example, I guess for the date, you can just create a template for that in Dagbani Wikipedia, and that can easily convert that, right? So why so much trouble to like create a function and then bring it back? But I mean for this simple example.
Yes, this was just an example because we feel this is a foundational session, so we shouldn't be talking about other complex functions. But this was just to set the pace, right? But there are other functions that we can use.
I found that comment by that shared there puzzling, really. Birth dates are not created, but there are lots of birth dates in Wikidata that are already created, and when you create a new page for that person in your language, you can display, if possible, an info table, and then you get your date properly written in Dagbani thanks to a function or on some other method. And that's where automating these things may work. That's you don't have to write a full statement for the date. It's already written if there's a function for that. That's the way I see it.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. First is, could you show me again the list of natural language to add the new one, because I can't find it on the website. And the second question is, Wikifunction have the aim to make working Wiki abstract. Do you have already an example of article on Wiki abstract where we can see Wikifunction in use in Wiki abstract right now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, we do. And I can show you one. So for us to see that, we go to Abstract Wikipedia. So abstract. So this is abstract Wikipedia, where these functions are now going to be used or are being experimented and used. So in here, just a quick overview. This is a welcome page, and then you find some other stuff here. Now, if you come here, you can always find the recent changes of what has been done. So I quickly want to show the same article that we showed on the Dagbani Wikipedia, Haruna Idrisu. Where? Okay, I could just search it up here. Haruna. Okay. Now, this is an example page of a Wikipedia article that is created all user functions, right? Like I said, this a foundational one. In my hero session, this is where we'll now do these things hands-on, and also tomorrow, creating a whole article like this from scratch in abstract Wikipedia. So all these things you find here, this particular image you find here, then you have this particular function being invoked, right? Info box, this info box we see here, this is the info box function. I can open it here, right? Here you enter the name of the person you want to invoke the info box for, and then you have the display. For example, let's see Jimmy Wales. I need to open this on a new tab so that so here I want to check for Jimmy Wales. Jimmy Wales. All right, here. And then I will set the language. At this point, I'll just choose English. And this is an invoked data box for Jimmy Wales, right? So if we were going to create this for another language, assuming this is implemented in another language, currently I see that it's only localized in 3 languages. You can just come to this particular function, and then you click on this, you click on languages, search for your language, let's say Dagbani, add language, click on this pencil, and then you can localize this in your language. This is just one example of the functions. Now, coming back to the same article, imagine if we could create this article in different languages. So I'm changing this into Dagbani. It is going to look a bit gibberish because, yeah. See, this is what it's showing. That is because majority of these functions that we see here are currently not localized in Dagbani. But once we localize them in Dagbani, if I had just switched the language to Dagbani, then I have an automated article in Dagbani. This comes to solve the problem of that gap that we are going to take to fill the article content on English Wikipedia against any other Wikipedia in the world. Yes, please, thank you.
So, if you take the time to add wiki functions on your Wikipedia article, then you are also contributing to make it easier to be translated.
Yes, because people would get to discover how it is using your Wikipedia article, and then they can easily implement it for your language. So I don't know if this example is okay for you about an existing article in Dagbani. Okay.
Are those info boxes being used in Wikipedia, actual Wikipedia?
This particular info boxes?
The previous one that was more developed.
Oh yes, they are used in Wikipedia. For example, this particular info box all over Dagbani, we use this kind of info boxes for all human articles. On the English Wikipedia, it's quite, I don't know, because of the admins on English Wikipedia, it's quite manual. You have to enter them. But this one, you only need to enter a template. Let me go to edit source. This is just the template that displays that beautiful info box. So I feel this is much better than what we use on English Wikipedia because it's Wikidata powered, right? And this one, new users will not have to come and spoil up markup language, and people will have to, you know.
And it's coming through abstract Wikipedia.
At the moment, no, it's coming from Wikidata.
Directly from Wikidata.
From Wikidata, yes. Amir?
Yeah, more or less that's what I was about to say. This is not a function. This is a template.
This is a template, yes.
On the Dagbani Wikipedia.
Yes.
So I'm not sure if you were asking about because you were also showing an info box. Yeah, this one.
Yeah. This is not more developed yet.
Yeah, this one I don't know if it's used on Wikipedias.
At the moment, no, it's not used yet because it's still under development, but on abstract Wikipedia is being used. For example, if you look at this abstract Wikipedia article on Haruna Idrisu, this is the one on Dagbani Wikipedia, the Dagbani version of Wikipedia, but this is the one on the abstract Wikipedia, the newest Wikipedia. So let me just change the language back to English. Yeah, any other question, please?
I thought we want to work further on collecting fragments.
Yeah. Okay, so can we begin creating the fragments for our language? For now, just localize the page, and then when you get home, you can begin the translation into your language, and then Benny and other Wikifunction experts can begin creating functions even for you in your language. So can we go to this page? Just type user.dnshitobu and then localize that page for yourself. dnshitobu /
Oh, it's Vanessa. And probably is that F also is capital. Have you linked it from the user page?
Yes.
This is just about and go through your user contributions.
Okay. So you can just create. You can create a user your language fragment, and just click on edit, copy, and paste on yours, so that you can change the wherever you find the Dagbani, you change it to your language, and then we can take it from there.
There are now 10 minutes left.
Yeah, we have 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other question, please? All right.
Maybe if you could demonstrate at the same time.
Okay. So to do that, you come to the search bar here, or to the search box, and then you type user. Then you enter your username. So if your username is, let's say, FFF, then slash, maybe you speak, Amir, should we say Hebrew? Hebrew fragments. Hebrew fragments?
What about them?
Want to create Hebrew fragments.
I am, as a matter of fact, creating Hebrew fragments. I'm just writing the name in English. But maybe there are people here who speak the same language. And
Okay.
to avoid creating duplicates, maybe you can put on that whiteboard there, or how do you call that paper thingy? Like who is working on each language, so that
Okay.
it will be coordinated. Oh, yeah, whatever. But yeah, I'm doing this for Hebrew. But
Yeah,
since I have the microphone in my hand, I will mention that an immediate challenge, not a huge one, but a bit of a challenge that I'm seeing, and a lot of other languages will be affected by this, is that in Hebrew, for example, X is a Y. It will be different for masculine X and feminine X. So in Hebrew it's two genders. In other languages it may be more than two genders or classes or something. I will just be bold and make two columns instead of one, and but we'll see about other things.
Yeah, that would be very useful. Yeah. Please, if you are working on the language, you can let us know so that we write it here.
Kind of similarly to the gendered of the noun, and I'm working with the Irish language, and we have a genitive case. So is there a way to add genitive case information into Wikifunction?
Want to take that?
Hey there, James. I work on Abstract Wikipedia for the Foundation. So for both Amir's case around gender, both on the subject or the object, and in the case of whether you need to inflect via a case, in both those cases, in both those situations, you are going to need lexicographic information about the items you're talking about. So you can't just use raw like strings of characters. You have to use Wikidata lexemes to do the functions. And that way, hopefully, there already are lexemes that you can use on Wikidata that will let you do that. And then in the function, what you need to do is reach into the lexeme, work out what gender applies in this case, and then match to the gender of the adjective or whatever as appropriate.
Thank you.
Just, I don't really understand the fragments. Is this kind of a templating thing to do? So this is supposed to be filled out with the language, your own language, right? Oh. Yes. But it's not a templating language, it's just basic Wikipedia markup. Yeah. But does it have a special syntax, or because you didn't say anything about it? Maybe you could just...
So it has not special syntax, it's just an help to see how a sentence can be constructed, and it's more can be more easily applied to simple languages with not so complex rules. Yeah.
Just to add to that, so not all of us can create functions at the moment, right? But if you create a fragment like this, other people who are very conversant with abstract Wikipedia and wiki functions already can begin creating functions in your language for you. Yeah, so this is very, very useful. And it also allows us to understand how sentences are constructed in different languages. Yeah.
It's just a base.
Yeah, a base. Exactly. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm lost. Can you explain what the purpose of this table is? Because I don't think these are actual functions, right? Okay, and what's the purpose of it?
Yeah, that was his question, and
maybe we can explain.
Okay.
Maybe we can explain it based on an example. Let's say, for example, here. Okay, for example, if you say here you have a sentence like a lion is an animal, then in English it's easy. You have just to input lion and animal. So there's the variable parts, and then the other parts are not so different. Now when I think about now, there is in English also the indefinite article, what is depending on the word. I read sometimes, as I learned in school, it's depending on the first word, it's A, E, E, I, O. Then it depends if it's A and N, but there are also some exceptions of it. So it's just it's just like a template what shows you what parts of the sentence are in the first step variable. That's the idea of this. And then there are also other parts, but that's not here. Yeah, so that's the idea. I think that's the idea so far, that you have kind of here to input X and Y, and then you have some text in between what is in the first step fixed. But in this case, as in the first example, there's an indefinite article N, and that indefinite article depends on the last word, so that's an example where it does not work. Yeah, but that's at least the idea, that you have a template.
So, in a nutshell, this will give us a foundation of how your language works, and then we can begin creating a function for your language. Yeah. Yes.
If I may ask a quick question, if I understand, these are each user can create their own tables, but these are useful for, like, in a collaborative fashion.
Exactly.
So why not centralize this? So, for example, if someone says that in Portuguese the way to say that sentence is like this, but someone suggests something a bit more natural sounding, for example, or something that works in both Brazilian Portuguese and European Portuguese. So that kind of collaboration, why not make this into a more centralized
table
location? Even, for example, the examples in English, some people may decide to extend their own tables with useful examples that other people could use, but then that's invisible to everyone else. So, yeah,
okay.
Why not centralize?
Yeah, thank you so much for the suggestion. We'll implement that. Yeah. All right, so thank you so much for your time. Okay, we still have 2 minutes, and we just wanted to keep track of the languages that are localized already.
So I think in such cases you can discuss it, and you can also create here sub-pages for your language. If you want to centralize the collecting of the fragments for your language, you can just create there some other things, or maybe there are also some wiki projects, but I currently don't have a good overview about. But that's possible. If you find other people you want to collaborate with, you can create a function. But now I think at the beginning, before having a consensus or something, the best thing is to start in our user page or a sub-page of the user page. There you usually don't need to ask other people if you want to create a page, as long as it's fulfilling a purpose for the project. Yeah.
So we are out of time. Any closing remarks?
Yeah. So you have a question? Okay. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming. For us to better understand this, it will be better to attend Mahir sessions also, where we now we now use these functions to create new articles. And tomorrow we'll look at how to create a whole abstract Wikipedia article from scratch in Danny's session. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you in the other sessions. Thank you.
So now we'll have a short break, and we'll be back at 4 p.m. with the Mahir session.
In the same room.
Yeah, the same room.
Yeah, what do you think so far?
In the Classe numérique room. Now we are going to have a workshop called From Abstract Content to Concrete Text with Wikidata Lexemes from Mahir Morshed, and the floor is yours.
That would be good if you have your laptops. There will be a lot of interactivity going on as the brevity of the slides relative to other things hopefully will demonstrate. Yes?
Can you please say the Wi-Fi password?
What is the Wi-Fi? Isn't it like Wiki Paris? Yes. Capital W Wiki, capital P Eris at 2026. Yes, that is correct. There is an Etherpad that has links, and if you have notes, you are welcome to put them there. There will likely be some things I state that are not explicit in the slides, simply as a matter of their brevity. Additionally, if you have questions, I may not be able to switch to the Etherpad very frequently, so please feel free to relay those and any other questions you have at any point. Can you see the slide numbers at the bottom? If you can, try to, for our benefit, just to relate your questions to the slide number so that I can go back to it and maybe explain things if need be. That's okay, yes, because I'm about to ask, before we go into the slides, just as a matter of background, about the people's language backgrounds. I presume that since you are here and you can understand me, that you speak English. Just a show of hands, how many of you speak French? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, your input will be helpful, or your assessment of outputs from this will be helpful. Speakers of Breton in the audience. That should be just Nicolas, but I do not see him. And Bengali, hey, I see just one. So you're going to be very helpful, both he. Sorry?
Just move away a bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. A little better? Oh, okay. Usually I have the opposite problem with microphones. Okay, sounds good. Yes, other languages like maybe German or any maybe not Italian so much, but maybe Swedish, Norwegian, Danish. Okay, those will also be helpful later. Hebrew? Okay, yes. I don't have much for you, unfortunately, I'm sorry. But I do remember you were learning German 2 years ago, so that might be helpful. So, okay. With that in mind, I'm sorry? No, okay, I thought I heard something. With that in mind, let us begin. You can, of course, follow along. This is a working URL that should be in the Etherpad. And it would be helpful for you to follow along, so let's go. Hello, Jan, you speak Swedish, so yes, you will also be helpful for various things later on. And if we don't get to those things soon enough, then I will jump to those things. Anywho, let's start. Sorry, let us start. So, why abstract content? Well, you have something that you want to say. All of these images, for the most part, are from Commons. And you want to say that thing to everyone, without exception. Hello, Eva. And you want the things that you say with this abstract content to be understood clearly. But of course, the people that are going to read your content may speak different languages. Breton in the top left, Persian in the top right, and of course French in the middle because, well, here we are. There's of course the problem, I would imagine most of you have, that you don't speak all languages. And thus, manually translating everything, is going to take a long time. It's going to take a long time. It is something that Dian Shitobu talked about in his previous presentation, in the workshop just before this. And it is worth repeating that translating everything is just going to take a while. So what do you do to get the meaning across of something that you want to say while doing as little as possible? It's a question that I think about a lot in terms of various fields, or at least have done so in the last few years. Of course, one way you might do this, and this is of course hinted at in the title, is to write independently of any given language, and in doing so, focusing on the meanings that you want to express, and really highlighting the aspects of meanings. If you get bogged down in anything grammatical, if you get bogged down in anything involving things that are phonological, morphological, things that maybe are almost nitpicking, so to speak, then you start to lose focus of the meanings, essentially, as a content writer, because the system itself, if you are more of a function, if you're not as big of a function writer and want to rely on others' efforts, the system itself should be dealing with these things, however developed that system is, right? And that system, which you're about to see now, or you're about to learn about, so to speak, is one that brings together separate tools for essentially building this cross-lingual text that you may have seen highlighted before. The first of these, of course, is this notion of abstract content, based on entities, however broadly defined, about different concepts. The second, of course, are more lexical entities that essentially serve to, for the most part, connect concepts to words and phrases. The last part are, of course, the functions themselves, which operate at different levels of the hierarchy of going from meaning to text, and that eventually build up sentences from these basic units that are defined. Do these things sound familiar to you? Anyone not familiar with these things? Okay, that's good. So this three-way distinction is hopefully known to you all. But what you'll be seeing today, and this is something I should have probably made clear in other sessions that highlighted this one, is software that I've personally written, because this software predates the current wiki functions in Abstract Wikipedia in its origin by 1.5 years. And there are people in this audience, thankfully, that have seen this from the beginning, even if not continuously because I don't work on this full time. But it is software that I've written, and it relies a lot on improvements, annotations, if you will, on Wikidata that I've largely added. I've talked to some of you about these, and I've tried to explain their purpose, and obviously you'll see more about these in a moment. And it uses an abstract content format that over the years I've tried to refine more as personally I learn more about different languages and try to find ways to take the content away from various linguistic issues. What's in this image is not relevant, but you will see, you'll build up to something like this, hopefully. Of course, this workshop will focus on that format. This is just, a graph for demonstration, but some of the things in this graph can be relevant. But of course, this abstract format isn't terribly helpful without knowledge of lexemes, and especially as this graph highlights, there will be ways in which languages can help each other. And just as a note, by the time this workshop ends, I hope you can see the benefits of language cooperation in terms of making abstract content a success. But not only does not only do lexemes themselves need to improve in the spirit of language cooperation, but the functions themselves can help to take advantage of those things. This is where I will ask, Bodhi you can ask Bodhi to read the Bengali text, and you can verify that it sounds a lot like French, for instance. That's an example of language cooperation, because that information propagates between the two, or can be used between the two. There are lots of simple principles that can guide, the journey from going from language to something that is largely independent of it. And I hope that it encourages you to think more abstractly about what it is you're trying to do, what it is you're trying to express. And I insist that many of these, there are screenshots of different resources that I've used, in order to plan out what this format looks like. But I hope it encourages you to think more abstractly. And of course, as I mentioned, there will be guided activities that we will get to soon. Hopefully I'm not going too slowly with these slides. But at the end of this workshop, I really am hoping to encourage you, somewhat selfishly, I will admit, to get the developers of Abstract Wikipedia, 3 of whom are in the audience now, to very enthusiastically understand, which is one thing I worked on yesterday, and support, which is something I continue to work on, the system that you're about to see. So, are you ready? Have you opened these links in different tabs? This is important because the second link in particular takes a bit to load, and depending on how the network works, it may take a little longer. So if you have these links open, it will save you a lot of time later in terms of when we get to the activities. Once you have these links open, you have time. The activities don't start for a few minutes, but once you have them open, we can start talking about the simplest parts. Now, what do I mean by simplest parts? Well, in order to construct individual sentences, like those of the Salic law, it helps to know what to start with. Like, how do you define the simplest thing? And I don't know if we have a concept for inconvenience in any wiki project, but that might be something to start with, for instance. Because lots of things that sort of seem simple when looked at, like the fragments that we currently have on Abstract Wikipedia, often consist of a lot of different base parts that are put together in a structured format. This is an example of a format that has been used to annotate maybe hundreds of languages at this point. And I'll admit that that's one thing that I found incredibly helpful when thinking about how do we get from representations of meaning to representations of the internal structure of text. We're not going to dwell too much on this as much, but it is certainly relevant, and you're welcome to ask me more about it. So the question is, what should the base parts of abstract content be? What should the simplest thing that the system looks at actually be? What's the simplest thing that the system should consider as a base unit, so to speak? And I propose to you that we have on our wiki projects this notion of a QID. So why not use that as the base unit? And let's talk about my reasons first for why I think that is a useful base unit. And actually, more specifically, why not use lists, what have you, of these IDs? Why not use these? Anyone know what the QID 131324746 refers to? Good. You see what I mean? Like, they seem like a very language-independent thing. Obviously, this graph shows you how this Wikimania has labels in, I believe, Mandarin is spoken in Taiwan, Japanese, Bengali, Korean, Ukrainian, and Tamil, all different scripts, all using Roman numerals except for the Bengali one. But they are inherently a multilingual thing, for the most part, at least. And you think about other programming languages, whatever programming language you use, I'm sure you maybe are thinking of one or have some idea of one, even if you're not a programmer yourself. But if you're familiar with them, you'll notice that much of them use English words as part of the functionality. So for example, you see the words local and grep and if and then and else and fee and said. Don't pay attention to the blue text, those are just comments, because the actual thing that's being run is the stuff in red and purple and et cetera. But there's English words that are being used, which are inherently a detraction from the multilinguality of the code here. Not only does it use English words, but there are a lot of special symbols that have to be used in code usually, like the hash mark and less than, greater than, slash. What else I see? Double equals, semicolons. Lots of symbols that the system has to effectively deal with, right? At least with QIDs and lists of QIDs and other strings, anyone know what any of these QIDs refers to? That would be, yes, the second one. Huh? Yes. Anyone know the third, fourth, or fifth one? Oh, that's okay. If you don't know, that's fine, because I want to make the point that at least with lists of QIDs and other strings, not only can we simply type them out, they are literally just lists of strings in quotation marks. So they exist on most keyboards. You can literally type them out. And this is literally a screenshot of Notepad with this text typed out. Oh, sorry, am I talking too loud? No, it's the mic. Okay. Yes, but not only can you simply type them out, but with the proper editor, you can get an idea of what's going on in French. As you can see, these are progressively lower levels of administrative division relative to where we are. You can get an idea of what's going on in French, but you can also get an idea of what's going on in Bengali, and you can attest that these are the same places. Yes, I see an assent that these are the same places. And Nicolas is not here, but you can also see that you can get them in a language like Breton. And of course, you see that the lower levels, like the arrondissements and the neighborhoods and things like that, they don't currently have labels. But there's an easy way to address this, is to, in the sense that you just go to Wikidata, translate the label, and you're done. The next time you load this, the label will show up. Most of the text outputs that you will see today are in these languages, which is why having lots of people that speak French and also the Bengali speaker are important. But of course, the system that I've built, and you will see, these are not the only supported languages. As a matter of fact, Dagbani was a very recent addition, which is still rather limited due to the reduced amount of time that I've spent considering its grammar, at least. And the support is not yet fully equal, so to speak. As a matter of fact, I think the languages at the bottom here are those where you can only do the simplest of things, and because they are the simplest of things, I don't think that the tool that you've opened is going to have much support for them. So, or I don't think that I've even enabled them. So, but the idea being that these are languages that can be supported using just starting with concepts essentially. And when we want to talk about these concepts, these are of course the images from the Wikidata main page. We can start by with our very first little semantic unit, you might say. It's basically, anyone know what the first QID listed here is? No? Yes, maybe I am asking for too much, Luca. Well, yes. Essentially, this is a list of QIDs whose meaning for the system is basically that you want a word or phrase. We're not just discriminating here for the concept. That's what the QID is. Whose Wikidata item is the Earth, right? And because we've introduced this list, we've essentially created in our little text editor a constructor, semantic unit. There are lots of terms that we might use to describe this thing, but the basic idea is that this list, as we type it, should capture a little piece of meaning, essentially. And these lists should continue to capture these pieces of meaning and shouldn't focus too much on grammatical aspects as far as abstract content goes. And they are indeed just lists, so you can easily create new such, you can start to use them, even if they're not implemented yet. Anyone know what this QID refers to? No? There's a little, I believe this is the XKCD comic for a Scream cipher, where basically every letter is mapped to A with a diacritic on top of it. So if you really wanted to do something with that, or even, I don't know, maybe you want to create a constructor or semantic unit for ice cream, you could define that. You would have to, of course, let us know what it means or how languages should deal with it, but you could certainly do that. Now, of course, with concepts, the question is, how does the system find the right word to use? And this is where I'm actually going to show a Lexeme screenshot, because in the very simplest case, which you will start to try, there are lots of links with a property called item for this sense. It's the statement highlighted on the bottom. They are linked to the senses, which are individual meanings, of the lexemes in various languages. So this is the lexeme for terre. It is linked to the item for earth. Likewise, in Bengali, the word prithvi is also linked to the item for earth. And likewise, duar is linked to the item for earth. The text strings, planète N, planète du système solaire, those are not actually the parts that make meaning happen. It's the item links, the conceptual links, that actually drive the ability of this system to function. So anyway, it's been 20 minutes. Let's start writing some concepts. So I want you to go to this tab. As an explanation of the name, LM is a Bengali word imported from Arabic meaning knowledge, and thala is like a wide bowl, if you will. So it's like a bowl of knowledge, if you will. And the beauty of this relative to other tools I've built is that this is all running in your browser. That's why it took a while to load, because it's all running in your browser. I want you to click validate, the button validate, with the default output in a moment. And you'll see that the QID strings have been resolved to entities, if you will. So you should see something like, okay, maybe I should zoom in. I see some people trying to make sense of this. Okay, so you can see that the terms context, concept, and welcome are visible. And if you're not comfortable dealing with this in English, you can obviously change the language here to French, and then you see contexte, concept, bienvenue. You could do something like in Bengali, like prekapot, dharana, shagot. I'm not sure how it works in Breton. Maybe we need labels for the concept of context and welcome. I know we have German speakers in the audience. Kontext, Begriff, Willkommen. It's important, to keep the content based on entity IDs, and to have a tool like this which allows you to go between languages, because at least it helps, it helps to talk about these differences in reasoning, at least, between different languages. I want to promote language cooperation by having the lingua franca of entity IDs. All right, so if you click on the drop-down box, you will see a list of languages, such as Bengali, Bukmal, Dagbani, Breton, French. Obviously, Bengali, Breton, and French are the pivot languages here, so I will stick with those. And actually, one thing I will probably do, I will start with French. You can choose any language you want. Obviously, the difference, there will be differences between these in terms of what comes output. But if you have this validation status validated, ready for action, you can then click render. And then what should happen over time is it'll render. There will be some output, which I can explain if there are any questions about the output. And eventually you'll get something out. And I think if you have not changed the text at all, you should also see welcome or something very different. Yes?
At the top, for example, I don't see context between the comment. I just see the numbers.
What's the interface language listed here? Or did you change it to something else? Like, does it work for?
It's English.
Did you click validate?
Huh.
Validate.
Yeah, you have to click validate. Yes. That's how you get
Okay.
Sorry, yeah. You have to click validate, and then you can click render. And you should get something resembling welcome. If it doesn't resemble welcome, you can either create a lexeme for it, which I believe there are other lexeme editors in this group. You can ask them. Or you can, go to the Wikidata item and add a label to that item. But of course, we don't always want to talk about the concept of welcome. We want to talk about the concept of other things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click the QID in this box. And when you click the QID, you will be prompted with a dialog box in which you can search for various things in Wikidata. Right now, it is an item search box, though, so that doesn't mean that the string can't be other things like lexeme senses, but simply that, to make the experience adding content a little more, pleasant. So let's talk about, I will probably return to, let me search for something in Bengali, actually. I want to render the concept of a car. And I see that I get the Hebrew word because I'm still in the Hebrew language, but I will switch back to English to show you that, yes, I want to get the concept for a car in French. So I'm going to, now that I've changed the text here, the system, the interface doesn't know that, this is still valid text. So I'm going to click validate. Maybe I'll change the language to Bengali. And then I will click render. And then eventually what should come out is a Bengali word for car. Yes, you can verify that that's the Bengali word for car. Yeah. So why don't you try it yourself? Go again, you click on the QID where welcome is. Search for just a concept. Maybe any concept that exists in Wikidata that probably has a common noun. Yes?
It says stade ferraille, which is like a dumping pile.
Ah, yes. Yes, that is a very interesting point, actually. So before I'll give some context as to why that is the case. The system, if there are multiple possible forms or possible terms that can be used for a car, it will choose one of them at random, among the ones that exist in the target language. But if you're not happy with that, and I see this is a great way to move on to the Sense Finder. If you go to the Sense Finder link, you will see that it'll allow you to basically try a lot of different outputs, a lot of different possibilities for a concept, and you can choose one and save that concept. I'll explain what save that concept means in a moment. But if I go back to car, and I select French in the drop-down menu, and then I want to see, okay, what are the first, let's say 10 things, or not even 10, let's say 9 things, 9 possible outputs for the concept of a car. I'm going to show the log for a moment, but if I click Find Sentences, I see that there are 9 lexemes for the concept of a car in French. And these are those concepts, right? If I click on one of these, you will see that the reason that this is showing up is because there is an item for this sense link between the word for car, the concept of car, and the lexeme automobile. And this is also true for things like auto, voiture, bagnole, baut, toboggan. I wonder why toboggan happened. Tigre, caisse, and of course the one that you had a question about, tas de ferraille. There's the Bob slang dictionary on languefrancaise.net, which happens to define tas de ferraille as just a car. That's the only definition given. If you want to improve that, you totally can. But but basically, you're not a fan of tas de ferraille. I'm going to say that voiture is the word that I want to use for the concept of a car in French. And when I click Save this concept, what will happen now is every time I want to get the concept of an automobile in French, validate, and I render it, it's going to use that saved choice. Yes?
Waiting for the mic. Thank you for the mic. So yeah, the main issue here is that you don't seem to differentiate between the language registers. Like tête ferraille is clearly slang in a sense.
Yes.
So is there any way that you can like force it to just use non-slang language? I don't even remember how it's encoded inside lexeme. So I don't even remember if we can say inside lexeme that this word or this sense is slang.
It is possible to encode these. There is a property language style that allows you to do this. And I will talk more about details like that later in the session. But for now, I want you to try. Has anyone else tried rendering a different concept? Then welcome. Yes. Did you get a useful output? Yes, Lucas.
I tried rendering def, don't ask me why, Q4. It worked in French, I think. It gave me mod with initial uppercase. Then I tried putting German into the language dropdown just out of curiosity, because as far as I can tell, there is a lexeme with a sense. But it gave me a console error, and I don't know if that's expected
yes,
or not.
because there is still a limited number of languages that are supported here, and so the ones that are supported are going to be in the dropdown. Sorry, I should have clarified that. Yes. That's why I asked at the beginning, like language. I mean, your German experience will be helpful later, and I will get to this. I think there's a lot of agitation toward getting to that point. But yes, anyone else got useful outputs?
I put in the concept for shark and choose Norwegian, and I think it works because it said hi.
Okay. Sounds good.
I tried with Arabic, and it's just rendering. It just says rendering, and it keeps.
Oh, that's right. Because Arabic is also not one of the languages in the dropdown.
Okay.
Yes. Telling you, Bengali, Baton, and French are intended as pivot languages. Maybe French more than others, but yes. Anyone else dissatisfied with the output that they got? I see Poslovich was a little dissatisfied with Tade Ferrai, but yes.
French looks okay.
Okay.
I'm trying also other words, and it looks okay.
Okay, sounds good. But if you are...
Sorry, for those online, I was checking on French, most words are okay.
Sounds good, sounds good. But again, I just wanted to demonstrate that because Tade Ferrai was not great, I could choose a different word to use, and I can consistently get that word out every time. See, it took no time at all because it is reading from a cache. Just wanted to demonstrate that there is in fact a cache of other concepts that have been rendered before, and it will read from that cache first before trying to produce something else. Does that make sense? Yeah. And I think that, especially when abstract Wikipedia gets further developed, that cache will become obviously more populated, and it will become more, it'll eventually lead to better outputs in the end, or more ones that are more natural, so to speak, for different concepts. Okay. Anyone else have any further questions about rendering simple concepts? Yes.
Yeah, I still have the rendering, but maybe it's a two-word concept, so maybe that's why I can't.
What's the concept you're rendering here?
Energy democracy.
Ooh, that's an interesting. That's an interesting question. I don't know if there is there a lexeme for energy democracy in any language? Can someone find that out?
Probably not. I think there is energy and democracy, but there is no energy democracy.
Yes, that is a. So I'll put that down. Actually, I want to return to that example, to that compound later in the session. Energy democracy. All right. I will return to that later in the session, yes. If there are no further questions on rendering concepts, then I will move on to... Also, if there are any questions in the Etherpad, please let me know. I don't want to dwell on that. I will dwell on the questions, but maybe not the Etherpad itself. If there are questions in the Etherpad. Okay. Yeah, yes. No, please. I do enjoy your lines of questioning.
The mic I run so much. Yeah, I just checked. There is no lexeme linked to democracy energetic, so energy democracy on Wikidata.
Okay, sounds good. All right. We will return to that in a moment. Anyway, so we've talked about the simplest elements, which are concepts. But let's move on to the simplest sentences, and by which I mean the ones that do involve the fewest, so to speak, participants, entities involved in a relationship, what have you. These simplest sentences. So, we have concepts now. What can we do with those concepts? Well, there are some linguists from, I say relatively nearby because I'm from the US, but of course, if you're not as close to the Max Planck Institute as we're not, I guess we're still not very close to the Max Planck Institute, so Martin Haspelmatt is not very close to us, or relatively nearby. But they have worked out, these linguists, also Kees Hengeveld, a lot of different cases of sentences that are commonly represented by irregular verbs. And you'll see what I mean in a moment, but let's go through some of these, right? let's start with something very simple, right? The Eiffel Tower is a landmark. We are in France, after all. This type of sentence, according to these linguists, may be called, classificational, because these examples, which I believe, I know one of these is Egyptian Arabic, one of these is Welsh, and I can't remember for the life of me what the third one is. But you can see that these have a very similar relationship expressed. Note that I'm not saying similar verb, even though that is probably true, but they do express a similar relationship between two objects. And we can we can start by writing these by asking for the two concepts. Now, you've rendered concepts before just now. How do we write them out? Anyone want to restate? How do you type out in the abstract content format we talked about?
Concept 151885 and Eiffel Tower in a list.
Yes, nice job. Thank you. You're already ahead of the curve. Nice job. And you would do that. How would you do that for the other word? I said the Eiffel Tower is a landmark, right? So you defined Eiffel Tower. What about the other word? I just want to be sure that other people. Yeah, you want to answer that? Yeah.
The language you forgot earlier is Lesgian.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes.
From Dagestan, inside Russia.
Got it. Yeah.
Caucasus
All right.
Mountains.
Sounds good. Again, anyone want to restate how you would denote the concept of a landmark in the format that you have just seen? You did get the answer for the Eiffel Tower. Landmark should be similar. Yes, Lucas.
An array with a QID for concept and the QID for landmark.
Nice job. There we go. I see the understanding is starting to slowly permeate the room, and I'm very happy about that. So we have these things, and we can take these things and put them in another semantic unit. Right? So you recognize that, yes, these is the QID for the Eiffel Tower, QID for the landmark, and the concepts, and those two things are wrapped inside this other structure, right? This tells the system, in turn, that I want this classificational construction, that's the QID, that's what that QID means, saying that the first thing, which is the concept of the Eiffel Tower, is a type of the second thing, the concept of a landmark. And you may ask yourself, and maybe you've asked yourself for the last 5 minutes, why don't we just call them is, or have, or part of, or subject of, or subclass of, instance of. There's lots of smaller, I guess, expressions people might use for this. Why not just call them that? Well, there are different languages out there that may use the same kinds of verbs or terms to refer to these things. Finnish olla is used to mean both to be and to have in different respects. And in Bengali, the term that's used meaning as to have also can be used to refer to just something existing. And you can attest that that is true, yes? Yeah, got an attestation, yes. And sometimes there are languages where those expressions aren't even verbs, or they're not regarded as verbs the way that other things are regarded as verbs. So Turkish, if you want to say that something's not there, you actually use an adjective, yok. And likewise in Korean, the copula, the verb meaning to be, is actually treated as sometimes a particle, sometimes an adjective, sometimes an affix. Yeah, I got an attestation that that's correct. So, with these more specific labels that are, I'll admit, they're maybe a little detached from what you might use to refer to these every day, they help us to clarify, essentially what we mean. And, Kim, you're not the new statistics professor, but that's, that's a characterizational clause right there. Likewise, the specificational clause. Again, you're not the statistics professor, but these are, they indicate a relationship between things with a very specific definition. And of course, it's possible that these linguists haven't covered every case. So if there's some other specific meaning you want, as I mentioned before, create an item for that relationship, and then you can start to define and use it, right? But these are some of the ones that are pretty common cross-linguistically. These were cross-linguistic analyses. So we can start to deal with these, essentially. Now, but what about other types of simple sentences? And I'll try to go through these a little bit more quickly, because they are very similar in that they involve two participants. But yeah, there's like 7 more types in addition to the one you just saw. And I'm going to go through the ones in red because they are fairly common and I suppose fairly important. The other ones take a bit of time and involve things that we may not get to in the session. So let's start with the attributional construction. Notre Dame de Paris is tall, right? And I'm pretty sure the last time I rendered this presentation, the full image was visible. Maybe I messed up a CSS tag or something. So you can see that it's very similar to the other example, right? Only we use a different QID for the concept of something that's attributional, right? In the case of Dagmani, I don't actually, yeah, I will note this, and actually you might even see it if you try it. You'll see that the verb to be that is used is actually different depending on whether it's classificational or attributional. So there's already a immediate testable example of the reason that we have these two different things. And again, this tells the system, yes?
For example, in Ukrainian language, there is no word is. You just put the adjective in the needed grammar form to express is, for example.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, that's also important. I shouldn't say that's correct. I don't speak Ukrainian, but I do believe your example, yes. Anyway, but it does tell the system that you want this construction here that says that the first thing, which is Notre Dame de Paris, is the concept of tall. Now, one thing I'll admit is that there aren't many items for things like adjectives, but it is something that I'm working on, and there are a lot of common adjectives now that have items. If you actually go to so one of the links you opened is a subpage of my user page. If you go to the list of links in that subpage for this slide, or not this slide, but there should be a list of links for this section of slides, there are lists of adjective items and satellite adjective items that you might want to use in abstract content. Yes?
So do you plan to also support them to invoke lexemes? Because I now asked me, and would it be necessary to create for all adjectives Wikidata items? At the moment, I think that's not useful.
No, so it wouldn't be useful is what I mean to say, but yes, the system is intended to also support lexeme senses as possible concepts, and given that all of these questions about language, various language details, yeah, I will probably move on a little bit after this next activity to something related to that. Anyway. I'm not going to dwell too much more, but talking about possession, there's an actual, I believe he's an American singer named John Doe. This is not the anonymous, name, placeholder name. This is an actual person who goes by that stage name. And there is an individual watch with an item on Wikidata whose name happens to be Marie Antoinette. These are the QIDs for these things. Q318 is obviously John Doe. Q329, Marie Antoinette. And like with the attributional constructor, this tells the system that you want something that is possessive, right? And as noted in Bengali, the classificational, if you want to say something classificational, you don't really use a verb, whereas in something like this, you would use the verb that I showed in the screenshot. Does that sound right to you? Yeah. I got an attestation on that. So let's try writing some simple sentences, which will mean we take us back to this window if you don't already have it open, and I'm going to start by actually backspacing a little bit. We can talk more about the way that this editor works. So if you do backspace, this is still like text. I want you to keep the context portion there, but you can empty this list. You should be able to backspace enough and empty the list. If you hit Control Space, there we go. If you hit Control Space, you should be prompted with a drop-down box that allow you to search Wikidata, and I can type in classificational construction. Click on that, then click the check mark, and now that is part of your abstract content. You can move on by typing a comma like this, and then I'm going to open two more lists for more constructors, semantic units. This is something if you need help with using this editor, there is a nice little help box for the editing interface, where where the things noted here should work. But I'm going to introduce. I'm not sure why control space is behaving so weirdly. Concept. I want the concept for, let's say, this is not behaving well. Bastille, with reference to the fortress, right? And I'm going to, maybe my left control is broken, hold on. I'm going to refer to the concept of a, I guess, fortress? Yeah, large fort. Large fort. Okay, so I have this in here now. I'm hoping that it's sort of clear what is being meant. And if you're having problems typing this out, please let me know. And I can try to find ways to debug that. But I'm going to render this. Actually, there was someone rendering this in Norwegian, so I'm going to validate this, make sure that it's perfectly valid content, and then I'm going to click render. It will take a little bit of time, maybe. I don't actually know if Norwegian has a lexeme for fortress. I guess we will discover that in real time. Okay, I know you speak Swedish and not Norwegian, but does that seem reasonable to you? Okay, sounds good. Okay, anyone else able to get to this point of rendering a classificational sentence? Anyone else rendered any text at all? Anyone else lost in how to use this interface? Yes?
Yeah, sadly, it says that we've got a timeout error from Wikidata.
Is that the main text, or is that somewhere in the log?
No, it's in the log.
Okay.
I just have rendering.
Okay.
And it says timeout error, the operation timed out, accessing Wikidata, sleeping 10 seconds. Oh!
Yes, you have
it's moving again.
Yes, you do have to wait a bit. Obviously, the network is going to be congested a little bit, so...
Looks like it crashed.
Oh, it is? Oh? It's working for you? Does the output make sense? Okay. Yes, Lucas.
Well, I'll defer to the actual French speakers, but I also got it in French. Bastille est une forteresse. Very sorry for my pronunciation. And I would have thought it would be La Bastille, maybe?
Yeah, I guess they wrote Bastille in Wikidata, not La Bastille. So yeah.
Yes. So yes, the issue of articles before things is of course is not a completely solved problem. There is an abstract Wikipedia newsletter that talks about this fact. As a stopgap, I believe if I put in something that is represented with a common noun, let's talk about that article. During the opening ceremony, there was one of the first French Wikipedia articles on the notion of an apple, right? So we should be able to reproduce that article using this abstract content, and what should come out is that the text of the original article for the concept of an apple. Anyone remember whether that was the case from the opening ceremony? Yes, okay, I see an assent that that's yes, that's true. Another question?
In my case, I built the sentence Pablo Picasso is an artist, and but when it renders with an alias, not with the main. I don't know why with the main label. It renders Pablo, yes, the full name. But I looked on Wikidata, and in French it's an alias, not the main label.
Oh, interesting. You used this item then? This one? 483? Okay.
483501.
Okay, 501. Okay, I think that was the same item. Yes, artist. This one? Yes. Okay, well, let's figure out what the issue is. Anyone else tried other? Okay, I heard other people try other things besides, Bastille and a fortress. If we look at the log here is not intended for. Oh, yes, you were right. It does display the full name, and I'll explain why in a later part. But basically, you said artiste is the alias of the item, or what's going on?
full name.
The full name is the, okay. Yes, let's, okay, we're getting to a lot of things where I might actually skip a couple of the sections because I do want to address a lot of these concerns in the future. So I just want to show that this problem is not specific to Pablo Picasso. It just happens that he has a long name, because I believe if I try to do the same thing with, okay, the log has disappeared, but if I can get this to render, what should come up is something about, it should show that the middle name Noel is the gist. Anyway, there we go. This is happening twice. Yeah, there we go. You see, it shows his middle name. And this isn't entirely mysterious, because the Wikidata item for these people has full names. And there's an order to this, which I will get to in the next part. Anyone else tried something that isn't classificational? Did anyone tried anything that's attributional or anything that's predpossessive? Anyone did anything with adjectives and things like that? You know, these have a very similar structure. You just have to change the QIDs referred to.
It always says something is as something, but what if there should be was? How to express that?
Yes, I will get to that in a moment, actually. So I did have this question field of like, what do you want to see explained next? I think we should probably skip the first one because there haven't been many questions that talk about it. I will instead move on to modeling objects and locations, modeling the world, because that's pretty crucial to this idea of having something that's independent of language. You know, what we want to say, when we want to say something, we want to express information, it usually doesn't exist in a vacuum. I tried to find a good image for a vacuum, and that wasn't like a vacuum cleaner, because I'm not talking about a vacuum cleaner. I wanted something that actually, you know, it demonstrated that, yes, you could take away, you know, matter from a space. What we want to say doesn't exist in a vacuum. When we talk about people, places, objects, or things like the objects in this diagram, no matter how specifically or generically we define them, you know, there's usually some sort of context or some sort of other information that has to exist, that has to be relied on to get the output from the system right. I guess, you know, this is just a demonstration of space-time, which is a very, you know, expansive definition of context. You know, things like, where are we? You know, where are we when we're saying this? You know, maybe what we want to say differs depending on, you know, where it is, like maybe the people around us that are there to read it. You know, and you could do something like this. I don't have an example for this particular detail, but you can maybe say that there are coordinates for this person that's speaking. Maybe you're in, anyone know what these coordinates point to? This is the latitude, or I believe it's longitude, latitude. Anyone know what these coordinates point to? Huh? Does it actually? I don't remember what. Okay, yeah. There we go, yeah. Maybe we're in this, or maybe we're, you know, in the Arc de Triomphe. We can specify these things and have the system, you know, behave differently depending on where we are. When are we, you know? With reference to the Bastille example, we could be, you know, in 24th July 2026, or we could go all the way back to 1789, when something happened at the Bastille, which we should all be aware of. What type of thing is this thing? Sorry? Also a good question. I'd say that there are multiple ways to introduce that information, but yeah, also a good question. What type of thing is this thing? You know, maybe we want to talk about some arbitrary entity, but we have to specify what that thing is in order to just be more specific about what we're talking about, rather than just saying this thing is, this entity is, this object is, you know. A rose by any other name probably would smell as sweet, but we should still call it a rose. What identities does this thing have? Is this a red rose? Is this a blue rose, for whatever reason? You know, we should be able to specify these things in the abstract content. Build up the information about this thing that we're talking about. Where is this thing? Either absolutely, this is not the Arc de Triomphe, obviously, in Paris, but this is the Arc de Triomphe in Barcelona, and I believe these are the coordinates for that. Or maybe relative to other things. And this is a
problem that I've only fairly recently begun to talk about. I don't have good examples for it here, mainly because getting the right visualizations to explain to other people what these things are is a little complicated. But there are people, just like the people who researched the basic sentences, classificational and all that, there are people that have researched ways to talk about very precisely relative locations between things. And this is just one of those possible schemes. Hopefully I will define more and based on that research, and maybe it'll be useful. All of these can be significant. They build up this thing where everything. Imagine that final scene in The Matrix where Keanu Reeves starts to see everything in terms of this rainbow, falling rain. All these details can be significant, is the gist. So let's model a person. Anyone know who this person is? Anyone at all? Well, you'll find out in a moment if it's not familiar to you. Let's start by declaring a Wikidata entity. This, by the way, is an example in the code snippets for this section of slides. We're saying that the first line, not the context line, but the declaration line, is that we want to define a Wikidata item, and we'll refer to it with this QID, which has never been assigned by Wikidata. Basically, literally, if Q3162 is not an item, and if you look at the logs for Q3162, there's just nothing there. There are like 11 million unassigned QIDs up to this point, and there will probably be more depending on how Wikidata behaves. If you run just this part, basically if you take like the first 3 lines of the code snippet for this section, for 513 I think it is, and you run it, you'll see that you will see that eventually that you'll just get something like an entity, en chose or something. But let's add the statement that this is a person. We're not talking about just some arbitrary object. We want to talk about a person, a human being maybe. And so we'll say, as we do with other human items, that this thing, which we've called Q3162, is an instance of human. This name binding thing that you see here is mainly inspired by, if you're familiar with quick statements on Wikidata, I am trying to mirror that syntax in the system. So if you want to define arbitrary items in text, you can continue to do that. And then if you render everything up to that point, which I think is the first 5 lines, assuming you close the bracket, then you will see that you should be getting like a person, person, ekjon bekti, or something like that. I don't remember what the Breton word for it is. Now we'll give that person a label, and you notice that I'm giving this person 4 labels, because up to this point, the only information on this person is the fact that it's a person and that it has these 4 labels in these languages. Which means at this point, if you render the text up to that point in the code, you're going to get a different output depending on what language you're looking at. You're going to get his full birth name in French. You're going to get a very hackneyed version of his more well-known name, in which I just threw in the N with tilde and C apostrophe H to be cheeky. In Bengali, you'll also get the full name, which I believe is transcribed properly. You can attest that that's roughly the same thing. And likewise with Dagbani, I've made a slight little change, or a few slight changes. But if you render it in Dagbani, you should be getting that label. And I assert to you that this is something that I have tested significantly, so if you were to render up to this point, you should be able to see these labels. Now, we could give these people labels, but we could also give them given names and family names, right? You'll notice that the person that's shown is not Charles Aznavour. This is in fact Douglas Adams, because we've specified the given and family names for this person, and it will actually defer to those the next time that once you render everything up to this point. Why do we do this? Why does the system do this? Well, the simple matter is, on Wikidata, translating names is a very tedious process. It's one that leads to a lot of duplication, as the MOL language code attests. And so we can't expect that every language will have a label for a person, but it may have labels for the given and family names. And so if you can assemble the name from the given and family names, you may as well do that first, right? And so that will supersede everything else in that'll supersede the labels, essentially. Now, to your question about Pablo Picasso, if you in fact you provide a name string, like the name in the native language, I guess, the birth name, I don't remember, there were a few other properties, then it will defer to that first, before moving on to the given and family names, and before moving on to the labels. Because that tends to be a little more authoritative, right? If you can say with certainty that this person's given name is something in particular, then you might as well refer to that, because there's probably going to be a reference for it. It's a statement after all. And there's definitely an order here. And you're welcome to talk to me afterwards about this order. But it's certainly a significant order. I personally, I think that it's that order, but you're welcome to prove me wrong. And also specifically notice that these are only in French and Bengali. So if you were to render everything up to this point in Breton, you would still be stuck with Douglas Adams, actually. Because again, there is no Breton name string. It'll just jump to given and family names. Likewise in Dagbani, it'll also use the given and family names. Now, to get to a point where this is a question that obviously some people had when abstract Wikipedia began, and they started using it. Bastille is a fortress. It was founded in whatever, right? And it did this. It did that, right? The point that I want to make with this part is that when you talk about something in a particular piece of text, if you can replace every pronoun with the thing that it refers to, and it's still coherent, that's a generally good thing. You're probably doing something right. And you could change any of those references to it, most likely, or he or she, what have you, and you'll get something, and you'll still get something correct, but the choice of it, or he or she, or any pronoun is, in my view at least, an editorial choice. It is something that the content author is forcing upon the output, essentially. It's not part of the content itself, but it's something that can be configured. That's why you see the system configuration line, saying that the expression that you use to refer to this person that I've defined thus far should be referred to using the appropriate pronoun in the language. And if you render everything up to this point, you should be getting in French the, is it IEL, I-E-L, the gender-neutral pronoun in French, is that correct? Yeah. And in Breton and Bengali, there are no gendered pronouns, so you should be getting thini in Bengali, and I believe it's ma? No, I don't remember what it is in Breton. In Dagbani, you should be getting o, I believe. That is the third-person pronoun for animate people. Now, if you do decide to add a gender statement, then the system will use that gender statement to pick the right pronoun. So if you render everything up to this point, the last statement should be il, I believe, in French. And then, of course, as I mentioned, Breton and Bengali don't have gendered pronouns, so you should be getting the same thing, thini or o or whatever, right? We could, of course, add other things. This is a Wikidata item, a Wikidata item entity, so you could add more statements to do things. I can't say that I have much support for those other things. Maybe someone that's old, that is a sufficient age, like Charles Aznavour, if he lived to be 102. Maybe you want to address him with a particular honorific, depending on the age. Or maybe he's a particular profession. He probably isn't a priest, but if you added that statement, you might want to use a particular title, right? You could add these things. That's important for the context of what you're talking about, or the people that you're talking about. Right now, they don't affect anything yet, but that shouldn't stop you from modeling these so that they're significant later on when you want to make these decisions. Right? Yes?
Maybe I just missed something, but so far you only used Q items, and you never talked about lexemes, and I also wonder, so I think there should be a lot of nouns that have Q items.
Yes.
There might be a Q item for a verb.
Yes.
Maybe also an adjective, but probably not.
No, not for proper. No.
How do I do anything with verbs and adjectives?
So to do things with verbs, that was actually a section that I skipped simply because, well, questions weren't asked about it as much as they were about this these aspects and things I'll look at later. I'm happy to talk to you more about these. There is a section of slides that is relevant. You can read section 4, and you'll see the things I will say about them. Yes?
So is it how we will in the future write articles in abstract Wikipedia, not by writing sentences, but writing Q items and Wikiseams and relations between them? Is it?
My personal opinion, this is my personal opinion, is that it is the most language independent thing that I've at least come up with. So thus far, it is the one that I would prefer that to be the case, because it is language independent. The more you start adding other words and things, the more difficult it becomes to argue that this is a truly language independent process. But again, it really depends on how the abstract Wikipedia developers react to it. Yes?
Yes, I have a question about concepts. So far as I have think about, if you guys show some more complicated examples, if it's not better to show the properties and then define a sentence for a specific combination of properties with their related qualifiers. It seems to me too abstract, and I'm not sure if there are not maybe sometimes cases where there are an exception for a specific language, and then I'm not sure if it really does work that way. It seems to me too abstract so far.
Ooh, that's an interesting point. I'm not going to say that it's something. I'm sure there are other people that maybe feel that this is too abstract, but this is the abstract Wikipedia after all. I mean, yes, with respect to the question about qualifiers, yes, there are naturally things that the Wikidata data model on its own won't be able to support. That is something I have considered a little bit. But I don't have a particular idea yet on how to implement this. Or at least I have ideas, but I have not implemented them, so to speak. I do think that there are things that need to be, things like, I'll use the example of Korean honorific levels. The speaker might be at a different level from the person that's being defined, and that information is very complex. You might want to just add that explicitly as a relationship. That might be something to consider. And yes, there are definitely aspects of this data model that are not very easy to define in terms of Wikidata statements and things like that. So yes, I believe this is the end of this example, which, by the way, is a code snippet in my user page subpage. And I assert to you that I did render this in all the languages, Bengali, Breton, French, Dagbani, those 4 languages, and you should be getting those outputs in that order that I mentioned. Anyway, yeah, so it is 7 past the hour, and language cooperation in earnest hasn't quite happened yet. So we'll skip modeling things. You can obviously take the code example, modify the given names, strings, genders, etc., and see what else you come up with. But for now, let's talk about borrowing from other languages. This is certainly important because when you look at lexemes, yes, I'm going to talk a little more earnestly about lexemes now. Some languages have more than others. It's a mistake to suggest that for every concept one can conceive of, like these types of pasta, which probably have terms in Italian, that a word or phrase already exists in that language. Because, frankly, if that were the case, translation wouldn't have any problems to begin with. But of course, what if a language has a word for something and another one doesn't? This is a real Wikipedia category. And I don't remember how populated this is, but it could be more populated in the future if abstract Wikipedia should get its way. There are certainly ways to deal with that. Loanwords. Or I guess that's the term for loanword in German, which is itself a loanword from German. If you think about words and phrases that you use every day, like the pieces of furniture in this room, I don't remember where this was. I thought it might have been somewhere in Turkey, I think. You'll likely find that many of them are actually borrowed from other languages. Anyone want to give me the term that they use in their language for the object, the lampshade? Yeah, and where is abajur from? Yeah, see, you already use a term. Want to repeat that?
Yeah, abajur. So we use the French word for this.
Yes. Anyone else use a similar sounding word?
Russian.
There we go. Yes, so this is a process that takes place. Yeah, the word for this one probably came from French. I don't remember if there's a separately loaned word in Bengali for this. Yeah, so yeah, I'm having a hard time coming up with one. But anyway, we can talk about these various ways that words can be preserved, you know, or that can be borrowed from other languages. Some of them can be simply, you know, literally preserved. Like, you want to read out the Bengali text here, like that's shown on the screen, just so like people hear like
music.
Yeah, and is that the French word for music? Yes. Anyone want to attest that that's the case? That the word for music is musique? Yes. See, that's an example where we take the pronunciation of a French word and we convert it to Bengali. That's actually a kind of function that you might be able to develop on Wikifunctions now. Take a phonetic string and then convert it to an appropriate written representation for your target language. I believe there is, you know, it might be useful for things in Dagbani too. There are probably concepts that are used or that are relevant in northern Ghanaian society that maybe don't have equivalents in a European language. So having the pronunciation for that may help others, you know, take advantage of it. You might want to keep the microphone close to him, because yeah. So others might involve taking etymologies. So what does the Bengali here say?
Hawa.
Yeah. Anyone? Does this word mean anything else to anyone? Yes. What does it mean for you? Like, what does Hawa mean for you?
Air.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Hawa was borrowed from Arabic into Persian and into Bengali, but it was also borrowed into Swahili for some reason with the meaning music, and it's that etymological link between these two words, between these things, that leads to this particular candidate for music being, you know, the Arabic word as borrowed. Yet other phrases might actually resemble their origins purely logically, right? So want to read the want to read the Bengali on the screen?
Cycle.
No, sorry, the bottom text.
Cycle kedara.
Yeah, and you can see that I took that this system takes the Danish word, it breaks it up into its two parts, cykel and stol. Maybe I'm pronouncing these wrong. And we see that cykel and stol both mean cycle and chair, respectively. And we see that there are Bengali words for these two parts. So we take the Bengali words, or the system takes the Bengali words, and essentially puts them together in this form. Anyone have, like what are some other words for the notion of a bicycle seat? Okay. Is that like a little seat, or
Selling in Portuguese.
Okay, is that a combination of multiple things, or?
No, just a word.
Okay, anyone else have a term for bicycle seat that maybe is composed of multiple parts? Because
for bicycle.
Sorry?
Well, I think in many languages it's just seat for bicycle. Literally that.
Yeah, that could still be, you know, a phrase.
Like in Ukrainian, сидіння для велосипеда.
Yeah.
Literally that, not one word.
It doesn't have to be a single word. It could still be any kind of compound. I just happen to use this one. And, you know, no matter how small... Wait, no, go ahead.
In Swedish, it's barncykelsadel.
There we go, yeah. So weirdly enough, the Danish term doesn't reference kids, but the Swedish term you just used does reference kids. And in fact, if we did have that term, we might get something like shishur cykeler kedara. Would you agree that would be a little more accurate for children's bicycle seat? Okay, yeah. I get an attestation for that. Cool. So we can borrow these terms from other languages and convert them if we know that we have the links to the parts. That's the gist of this part. And it's not just about like individual words. And I'm sorry that this image might not be terribly viewable, but if you have the slides open, you can read it. You want to read the term at the bottom of the screen?
Jawabhin bhabe.
Yeah.
I have not heard of this word, but anyway.
Yeah, but does it make so this is intended to be the equivalent of English answerlessly. Does that sort of make sense?
Yeah, but never heard of it.
Right, yeah. I can't say that I've heard of it either, but logically we took answerlessly, we broke it up, and then we broke up answerless into its parts, and essentially we recombined them in a similar fashion. You know, we know that these suffixes have equivalents in other languages, And so, we can, produce something that is roughly logically equivalent to the original English word. Yes?
How does the relation work? Do they all refer to the same item, and then from the item, or is there a direct link in the lexeme to the other lexemes in the other languages?
In this case, there is an indirect link via the item, the blue item reply in the diagram here. But that doesn't stop you from adding direct links if it befits you to do so. Maybe it's not the most efficient thing to do, but it's possible to do that. Again, each of these things which you probably already do in your daily life, even if you don't realize it, is a result of a conscious process. Actually, it's funny. I'm here with my family, and my younger brother was watching this show, the opening line of which was this sentence at the bottom. Because I think it's relevant. It's about compound words. And I thought it was kind of nice to add this last minute. So think about it. Why do we say grapefruit and tuna fish, but not egg chicken or beef mammal? Just FYI, obviously this show is not Creative Commons licensed, so this is the one part you may need to cut out before upload, but let's see. So anyway, we have these processes by which we borrow words. Why not introduce that process to content rendering? All right, this is where we get to the links on this page. I'm going to actually show the links. You see that there are a lot of links in the borrow from other languages box here. I want you to do a few things. First of all, for those of you who speak a language listed in the third set of links here, I want you to open the query there. That query should list a lot of different compound words, which have been annotated appropriately. Sorry, I'll keep this open. And I'll probably zoom in a little bit. If you go to this third set of links, basically this is a list of compound nouns, which are simply listed as being compound nouns, right? Give me a compound that's listed on that page, actually. There should be item links, if I'm not mistaken, on each of these queries. But give me a concept listed on that page. Just any Q item. Because I want to see if I can get something vaguely French sounding from these concepts. Because if I'm not mistaken, the query list shows, these are compound nouns in this language where the relationship between the parts is simply that, yes, there is a noun that modifies another noun. Any interesting items to, or items, senses, what have you, that I can try? Anyone at all? Yes?
So I opened the German query. So there's Abendkleid. So
can you put the Q? Is there a QID or?
Is there an LID here? It's
it's only LIDs. Okay. Can you give me the what's the LID for it then?
It's L306896.
86896. Like that.
68. Yeah, it's correct. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. And I'll assume that it's the first sense. If it's not the first sense, please let me know. And I'm going to see if I can get an equivalent here. This line here that says ECC start, that means I'm going to take this German compound word and see if I can make something equivalent in French. All right. What does that actually mean? What does the German word mean?
It's evening gown, I guess. Or
okay. Anyone want to confirm that these are the words for gown and evening in French? Yes, robe de soie, right? Yes. Okay, sounds good. Okay. So, I know someone asked about energy democracy. I don't remember if they're still here. But we'll move on to, so I'm going to show you something here that is pretty useful, I think. So this is a compound word where we don't really know what the relationship is because in a language like German, you can put words together and there's no linking element, right? But in French, you probably have to specify that there's some relationship. We have prepositions like de, pour, à propos de, pendant, and things like that. And so you said the term, so we have, I guess, Amt, what was the word? Amtkleid, K-L-E-I-D?
Abendkleid.
Oh, Abendkleid, sorry.
Yeah.
Abendkleid. So I'm going to put, so if you go to Burkefire, which is the third link from the right, you'll see this page where you can put in a compound noun, and we can put in the parts of this noun, right? Clyde, Abend, right? And you'll see that this sentence, which, by the way, I can also make work in French, or we can make it work in Swedish if you want to. It'll substitute these words in the sentence here, in these sentences. The goal here is to go through these sentences, find the paraphrase that's the most accurate for the meaning of, Abend Clyde, and then, we can go back and add this relationship, and the output should be different, I think. I did this for I set up this up for some relationships, but others may not quite work. Yes?
Do we have time for another compound noun? Because
well, let's figure out this one first. I think the process is probably a little more interesting. So, anyone on this page? What's the paraphrase that makes the most sense? Yes.
I'm thinking either temporality or purpose.
Ooh, okay. Let's try both of those things actually. So these are all actually links to items. So I'm going to go to, what was the lexeme here? Let's see, L306896. Give me a sec. Wikidata entity L306896. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this compound. I'm going to modify the relationship here. So we see that Abend Clyde is annotated. We only know that it's a compound. We only know that it's a noun attached to a noun. But we can specify the relationship here between these parts, right? So we have, if we go here and we specify that there is actually a relationship where an Abend Clyde is a Kleid that you wear in the Abend. I don't know what the German sentence is. I should have asked for those examples. But I'm going to publish that. Right, I've already done this. Yes, we're going to finish this example before I get to, and I'll get to the energy democracy thing in a moment. I'm going to quickly go in this page, or no, it's in the settings page. Obviously, I've rendered this concept once, but I've changed the lexeme in the meantime. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that I want to clear the system's, or the interface's knowledge of this lexeme. So the next time I want to render it, it will re-retrieve the modified version, right? Okay, and now when I render this concept again, I should see, oh yes, I also need to clear the rendered output from before. So I'm going to delete Abend Clyde from the cache here. I could delete all these other things and they'll be re-rendered again. And then when I go and render this, you see, it could not find the concept of Abend Clyde in the entity cache. So it's going to render it again. It's going to, there we go. Yeah, this is a little different because pendant is like during. Anyone can confirm that it indicates a temporal relationship. It's not the, as you suggested, but it does make the relationship more explicit. Yes?
I was just thinking the purpose is probably the more appropriate one, but let's try both, yeah?
Okay, yeah. Sounds good. But anyway, I want to show you that these relationships aren't specific to lexemes. If you want to force a particular concept to be, a particular relationship to be used, you could just refer to these directly. So, sorry, my right control. So let's see, energy democracy. What is the relationship between energy and democracy, right? In the compound, right? Let's see. So I'm going to put in energy democracy, energy. So let me go back to English. So I'd say that an energy democracy is a democracy that that is I don't know, intended for energy. Sorry?
I put a lot of statement in that item, so it's lost maybe.
Okay, well, sorry, someone had a suggestion of which relationship to use? Reverse direction. Okay. Oh boy. I don't have a special output for this. Direction based. Okay. Well, let's try direction. Actually, I think I might. Or no. Christ, I'm trying to remember what I added support for. Let's try. We can say purpose maybe. It's something that is intended for energy. So I'm going to say purpose relation. I am mindful of the time, so I'm going to quickly do this, and then let's see. Concept. Let me put my microphone down for a moment. All right, I got that down. Now when I render this, you should see something that resembles, so I'm really hoping that this works because this is the end of the session. Yes, a democracy for energy, right? It chose to use poor because this is that relationship that if we didn't know that relationship, it would just be, democracy and energy, which is probably not fluent. By the way, yes, we did get to that example. Yay. Anyway, and you can work on this a little more. Thank you again, Lucas, for suggesting the relationship between Abend and Clyde. Anyway, so there's this part which is relevant, but I'm going to quickly get to the final remarks. First of all, abstract content, lexemes, functions, they are all related. There are 3 parts of this table, and if you neglect one of the parts, things are going to fall apart. Language generation only improves when all of them improve. And there are lots of resources out there. This is an actual Wikidata page that lists them. And try to exhaust those in your language first when trying to create lexemes, because there's a good chance that those are concepts that are important to you, and if they're important to you, they're important to other people, right? Don't think only of encyclopedic text. I know there was a stated goal that abstract Wikipedia should only be used for the, as a goal, the simplest kinds of text, but it could be used for a lot of other things, like this poem here on the wall. And you don't have to go it alone. If you want to work on your language lexemes and get things better, I can try to help you. But you have to be, interested in making this work yourself. I'm not Atlas, I can't add data for everything. But I can try to think about problems and ways to solve them. And I'm on all of these places, right? Anyway, I'm on all these places. You can contact me if you have questions on things. Thank you again to those whose data made all of this possible, some of whom maybe are in the audience, of course. And to those, among others, that I may have missed, including 2 people in the audience, whose efforts have made this worthwhile for me, and I'm hoping for other people. Yes. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks for ending right on time. This was the final session for today. Now we are going to have a meetup, but it's not recorded, so see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Now that I saw like the whole concept you were going for, this is